Hi, this is Michael Buffer, and you're listening to the voice of the people. Let's get ready for Boxing Voice.
Every day I'm hustling.
Hi, this is Michael Buffer, and you're listening to the voice of the people.
Every day I'm hustling. Every day I'm hustling. Every day I'm hustling. Every day I'm hustling. Every day I'm hustling.
You think darkness is your ally? You merely adopted the dark. I was born in it.
Because when he has been in the bright lights and enjoying his time, having fun and lapping it up, no problem, you're the big celebrity. You're in the bright lights, I've been in the dark, in the trenches, in the gym.
TheBoxingVoice.com.
People ask me, when does camp start? Camp started as soon as I bet Teofimo Lopez. As soon as I batted him and took all his belts, camp started the next day.
What a right hand from George Kambosos, and the takeover was down!
He's a good villain, though. He's a good villain.
Do you feel in charge?
Could have fought anybody. Lomachenko, Devin Haney. Unfortunately, Lomachenko's not available. Beautiful. Devin Haney, step up. Now we'll take your belt.
This is Sparta!
SDS Promotions.
But he says he'll finish his fight as a king. What's a king to an emperor?
You are now locked into the Boxing Voice live from Las Vegas with Nesta Gibbs and Ringwalk Danny.
Let's start with this. I'm a creative genius.
SDS.
And now, the most dangerous producer on YouTube, Brandon in Houston.
Brandon in Houston. SDS Promotions.
You're now locked into the king of all boxing podcasts, The Boxing Voice. Jab that like button.
TheBoxingVoice.com.
What is it? Is it that they don't like the Charlos? You like the Charlos?
The unified WBA, WBC, and IBF 154-pound champion of the world.
I'm happy, not angry, I'm passionate.
The WBC middleweight champion of the world.
No, I think you're a great fighter. And
I know that already.
They say, oh, the Charlos ain't fought nobody. Duh, because they don't want to fight us. Fighters, come on, step up, we with that shit. Come on, let's pump it. Like I said, I went to the top already. I seen the bottom before. At the top, I seen the bottom. I went back down to the bottom and shot back the fuck back up. Now what they mad at me for? It's not like old school boxing. We're the best, fight the best no more. It's about politics. It's about who you know, who you are, if you got a crowd behind you. Sit your ass in your weight division and see if you can beat one of them. Cause fucking with me, you gonna get knocked the fuck out. I'm a knockout artist, baby. And we stand by lines only, just like we made this up. We gonna ride with it. We gonna ride with it till the day we die.
Jermel. Jamal. Charlo.
SDS Promotions.
Shut the fuck up, you little prick.
Yeah?
Yeah, prick. Come on, get him out of here.
Okay, you're getting out of
Yeah,
here.
move him out of here.
SDS Promotions.
Fury's the name, and fucking fighting's the game. His heart's rattling now. His balls have sunk up inside of him. There's a man here that's going to annihilate your daughter.
TheBoxingVoice.com.
The heavyweight champion of the world, the greatest fighter that's ever lived, ever laced a pair of boxing gloves on, ever stood in a boxing arena. Me, the Gypsy King.
Fury, under the hands of Sugar Hill, is just a different beast. He's a different monster.
Joshua's a coward. Usyk's a pussy, and Dylan White don't want to fight. So if you can prove me wrong, get to fucking fighting. These are all coward bum-dossers. I'll annihilate the lot of yous and destroy yous. Submit yous. Tap you bitches out.
Fury's just too intelligent. When he has to box, he boxes. When he's got a triple jab, he triple jabs.
If he holds a handful of stones and throws them at me, he may have a chance of landing something. Chicken! Joshua, where are you? Where are you, AJ? AJ!
Dylan White's a bitch. I want to see you. You've got to fight me anyway.
Taking supernatural strength. Fury throwing it up again. It's over. Russellmore waves it off.
SDS Promotions.
I'm going to smash your face in too. There's not one thing you can do about it.
You think darkness is your ally? You merely adopted the dark. I was born in it.
Because when he has been in the bright lights and enjoying his time, having fun and lapping it up, no problem. You're the big celebrity. You're in the bright lights. I've been in the dark, in the trenches, in the gym.
TheBoxingVoice.com.
People ask me, when does camp start? Camp started as soon as I bet T from my Lopez. As soon as I batted him and took all his belts, camp started the next day.
What a right hand from George Cambosis, and the takeover was down!
He's a good villain, though. He's a good villain.
Do you feel in charge?
Could have fought anybody. Lomachenko, Devin Haney. Unfortunately, Lomachenko's not available. Beautiful. Devin Haney, step up. Now we'll take your belt.
This is Sparta!
SDS Promotions.
But he says he'll finish his fight as a king. What's a king to an emperor?
You are now locked into the Boxing Voice live from Las Vegas with Nesta Gibbs and Ringwalk Danny.
Let's start with this. I'm a creative genius.
SDS.
And now, the most dangerous producer on YouTube, Brandon in Houston.
Brandon in Houston. SDS Promotions.
You're now locked into the king of all boxing podcasts, The Boxing Voice. Jab that like button.
TheBoxingVoice.com.
What is it? Is it that they don't like the Charlos? You like the Charlos?
The unified WBA, WBC, and IBF 154-pound champion of the world.
I'm happy, not angry, I'm passionate.
The WBC middleweight champion of the world.
No, I think you're a great fighter. And
I know that already.
They say, oh, the Charlos ain't fought nobody. Duh, because they don't want to fight us. Fighters, come on, step up, we with that shit. Come on, let's pump it. Like I said, I went to the top already. I seen the bottom before. At the top, I seen the bottom. I went back down to the bottom and shot back the fuck back up. Now what they mad at me for? It's not like old school boxing. We're the best, fight the best no more. It's about politics. It's about who you know, who you are, if you got a crowd behind you. Sit your ass in your weight division and see if you can beat one of them. Cause fucking with me, you gonna get knocked the fuck out. I'm a knockout artist, baby. If we stand by lines only, just like we made this up, we gonna ride with it. We gonna ride with it till the day we die.
Jamal, Charlo.
SDS Promotions.
Shut the fuck up, you little prick.
Yeah?
Yeah, prick. Come on, get him out of here.
Okay, you're getting out of
Yeah,
here.
move him out of here.
SDS Promotions.
Fury's the name, and fucking fighting's the game. His heart's rattling now. His balls have sunk up inside of him. There's a man here that's going to annihilate you, Dosser.
TheBoxingVoice.com.
The heavyweight champion of the world, the greatest fighter that's ever lived, ever laced a pair of boxing gloves on, ever stood in a boxing arena.
Me, the Gypsy King.
Fury under the hands of Sugar Hill is just a different beast. He's a different monster.
Joshua's a coward. Usyk's a pussy, and Dylan White don't want to fight.
I'll annihilate you, the lot of you.
What up, what up, what up? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another edition of the Boxing Voice Radio. I am your host, Nesta Gibbs, joined alongside Ringwalk Danny, getting the coffee, adding a little pumpkin spice. Shout out the Flavor Gods. Yo, what up? We are back this morning to talk some big, I'm going to say disappointing, obviously. Like, no one wants to report on failing numbers, especially not from one of our, action-packed fighters, guys like Wilder and Tank that produce knockouts. You want to assume that they produce big numbers. And I think that maybe that didn't happen because this knockout just came too fast. Like, people weren't even able to buy the pay-per-view. Like, think about it. When you go to a pay-per-view fight, no one gets there to the main event. Sometimes it's the first, second round is it started already, and you not there. So, he got him out of there too quick. Nobody got the time to hit the click, press the bar, and you can see it on Instagram. Like, this shit is instantaneous, but it's also proof that we're in a different era. We're not where we used to be. You just can't do a million bars anymore. Not even Canelo Alvarez. I mean, Caleb Plant smacked the shit out of Canelo. So he gave every white boy from all over the world aire, is what us Latinos like to say. Aire. He had air under his wings. You know what I'm saying? They was feeling brolic. They was feeling like they was about to run shit. And they still only did 800,000. No, it's not an excuse. This is not good numbers. This is what, $5.6 million maybe is what it generates if we do the math. And the rumor is that he got paid $20 million.
You making excuses. I ain't gonna lie.
Really?
Yeah.
You think that's an excuse?
Quick knockout my fucking ass.
It was the first round.
Bro, that's cool. I don't want to hear that shit, bro. That shit. Let me tell you something.
When Tyson would get big numbers in quick 30-second knockouts, it's because the other dude on the other side was somebody. Like, we knew the other dude. Ain't nobody was getting up for this Fury lookalike.
Bro, you either that guy and you selling or you not, bro.
So you saying what exactly?
Canelo fought a guy in Liam Smith that the Mexican world.
Bro, streaming wasn't as prominent as it is now. Liam Smith was almost 10 years ago. What year was that?
2016.
All right. And what year we in?
I mean, it was 6 years ago.
Okay. Like, you going to tell me that it was as easy to stream back then illegally as it is now? You kidding me? The other day, I won't even say his name. Someone put on a stream. I couldn't believe it. I asked, like, yo, what we watching? It's like, that's so-so. I said, what? I was shocked. Now, I didn't see the process, like, getting there, closing all the goddamn boxes the way it used to be when I was young. I don't know if it's still like that, but, like, I can't deal with that. I cannot deal with, you got to click this X. Ooh, you click the wrong X. Ha-ha, now you got to pop up. Click that X. Now click this X. But watch this player. I ain't got time for that shit.
But it takes like 30 seconds, bro.
It's way too much time. I could have been rolling up and smoking.
It take like 30
that
seconds.
Being said, though, pay-per-view is dead. This is alarming, though. I mean, a guy that almost did 1 million pay-per-view buys in a fight with Fury, what'd he get, like 850 versus Fury? This a pretty big drop. 75,000. I got to apologize because he know I was talking about him, and I know I was talking about you. And even though I ain't say your name, I said you weren't a reliable source, that you're just a fucking hater. But seems like you were fucking right. So I apologize. You know who you are, though. I don't need to speak your name. But if you keep being right, we might get along. Because, shit, you was right. I did not think. I thought it was bullshit. There was early reports. Did you notice the early reports?
Yeah, I seen
like a week ago, right?
About
a week ago.
Yeah,
there was some reports
5 days ago
that this was 77,000 or 75,000. And I'm like, man, you kidding me? The dude that's saying that is a notorious hater. But he was right. I got the Axiom. He's been a member at the contender level for 22 months. Axiom, 22 months of getting absolutely nothing. Let's be real. Let's cut this shit. I wasn't doing nothing for contenders. You wasn't getting nothing for contenders. You might as well come on over to the champ level. You just missed an untitled. We about to have a betting show on Friday. It's hella fights this week, let me tell you. You got the Loma card.
Yo,
you got the
on.
William Cepeda
And
versus...
Let me tell you something. That's what the fuck. Remember I text you yesterday? I text you yesterday, and I was like, yo, and you was like, yo, and
you
but
say you forgot.
You just reminded me because it was so this Saturday, everybody, we will be doing an exclusive show for our like Patreon members and our YouTube members and shit. And it's gonna be like a quick betting. See, we're gonna be in Arizona. Arizona got FanDuel. They got all that shit that gives us all these crazy bets. So we doing something special for you guys. Boom, Ness ain't know he just found out.
Yeah, what kind of crazy bets? What do you mean? What's going to be special?
Well, I'm just saying it's going to be special because it's like we never do like FanDuel or what's the other one?
But we won't be over there. We got to make our bets by Friday, bro.
We going to do it Saturday. We going to do the betting show Friday, right? We still doing the betting show as always on Friday. But Saturday, because we don't go to these sites, and these sites offer a lot of crazy bets.
They do. I'm with it. I just got to make my bets in before Friday. It's safer.
Yeah, that's just.
And we got a lot of fights. Rayfield updated his schedule yesterday, and Dan Rayfield is who we're going to be using when discussing the story. You see, because to me, he's credible. He's been right more than he's been wrong. He doesn't pick any one person to attack, right? Like, I can't say Dan is a Crawford hater, Wilder hater, Canelo hater. Like, I don't follow him closely enough to say that either, but you've been a freak chat guy. Does he come off as a guy that is a hater?
I know the only guy, it was like two guys he just didn't fuck with.
Who that?
And I've always wanted to ask why.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't, like, bro, it's weird, but yeah, Freza Quendo.
Okay.
And Manuel Troy.
Okay. Two dudes that took two separate sanctioning bodies to court. Two dudes that, kind of held up divisions in the heavyweight division. Two dudes that weren't really champ. They were more, those vacant title, interim, elevated, regular belt, Trevor Bryan type of champs.
Like, but it was weird with them because it was like, bro, he wouldn't even spell out their name. He put in like first initial and then the asterisk.
Okay.
It was interesting. So, I feel like as far as a hater, nah, maybe a bit biased. I remember he really loved Loma. But I don't know what the case is these days.
Yeah, well, getting back to this story here, according to Dan Rayfield and multiple sources with knowledge of the event, told Fight Freaks Unite that Deontay Wilder Robert Helenius fight generated approximately 75,000 pay-per-view buys. Now, this figure includes buys across all platforms, be it linear pay-per-view, which is cable, or satellite services, as well as digital platforms, even pay-per-view.com and fucking Fight TV. That's crazy, bro. Like, I didn't, that's crazy.
Have you ever seen...
I think the worst... Let me not even say which is the worst because that caused me problems. But there's some low pay-per-views. This is right over there. It's crazy. Heavyweight, too.
Caleb Plant come on the
On the undercard.
It's
Word,
tough, though.
You're so right. A dude that did 800,000, we got to give him some of the blame because it's like, you're the co-main. You were there for damn near 12 rounds. That means you didn't bring nobody. If we ended at 75,000, how many people was watching Caleb Plant? That's fucking crazy to think that it's only 75 when I know for a fact I was one. Because that's such a low number in this fucking God green earth. Like, be one of those 75, I'm like, damn.
In this ecosystem,
fucking
dun. No, I think.
Damn, he said nobody buys fights anymore.
It's hard, bro. It's hard. Like, you got to think about it. You had the ladies on that day, so you already had 2 free fights on earlier in the day. You got Devin on for free on ESPN at the same time Caleb is fighting.
Damn.
You know, it's hard, champ. It's hard.
You do have to factor that in, bro. But I mean, bro, why would they do it then? Okay, we factor it in. We give them a pass for low numbers, but you still got to factor in. It's $75 times 75,000.
I thought they said 77.
What, $77?
77,000. I thought is what they did.
75,000 approximately.
Oh, okay.
So you talking 75K times what you want to do it?
$75.
75. Talking about, that's what I said.
5.6.
And they said they gave Wilder 20. Like, how many sponsorships?
Ticket sales.
And again, don't forget, yeah, you know, our sources told us they don't do a 50-50 split, but they got to give the pay-per-view provider something.
I mean, even if they keep in 100, that ain't covering Wilder.
So, my thing is, so then why'd you risk it? You knew everybody was fighting. Like, did they think otherwise, or do they not care? Because to generate 20 mil, what do you think? They had to do 225?
Nah, look, it's easy. It's easy. Stop guessing.
Okay.
Do the 20 mil, put 20 mil, and then divide that by $75. You're going to have to do
2,600 pay-per-views. 266,000. 666 with a couple fractions. So
just round.
They had to do over a quarter just to pay him if the rumor of the 20 is true. Now, let's get into it, man, because outside of this information, right, is coming on the back of the latest information that another pay-per-view player is in the game, and they're called BLK Prime, and they're throwing money around. After yesterday, I don't know that I believe it anymore. I'm sorry. Did you watch the press conference?
I didn't see the press conference. I saw a clip of AB talking. I heard he only talked like 2 minutes, so I might have seen the entire press conference.
Yes.
Okay, so then I did see the entire press conference. Did anybody else speak outside of Adrien Broner?
Blue blood.
Okay, so I did not see him speak. I only saw Adrien Broner speak, and I saw that another interview. He hopped on a live last night. AB did, and you know, I saw a couple minutes of that. He sounded sincere. He sounded focused as a fighter. But yeah, he said 3 fights, 8 figures. So
8 figures for the 3 fights, or 8 figure per fight?
No, for the 3 fights.
Yeah, man. I don't know, man. It's weird to me. It's weird. I mean, look at the backdrop. Like, yo, there was no money spent on this. You know, the backdrop, they folded it up, FedExed it to somebody. Day of, opened it up, shit got checkerboard wrinkles on it. It's not a camera, the phone falling. I mean, it's crazy. You know, it's almost over, it's not over, it pans and shows people it's not supposed to show. I don't know, bro. They got to get some structure. If it's a real company, they need some structure. It's not What kind of a press conference was that? No legit questions, no legit answers. Oh, you don't want to have promoters all in your video. Shit was crazy, bro. It's like, do you really believe that was a deal? I mean, he went up there and said that signing a Black Prime is like signing a death row. That Terrence Crawford is Snoop, and obviously he's Tupac.
So who the fuck is Suge?
Desmond.
Howard?
Desmond
Howard's a football player.
No, his last name is Grubbs. Which again, that information isn't released. It's like, I don't know, bro. I don't know what to believe.
Time will tell.
Yeah, for real. We'll see. I hope that the pay-per-view doesn't crash, because the history of the company only shows YouTube fights, which is fucking crazy. It's inspirational. Before you think that I'm hating, it's inspirational. I got a thing called Border Wars, which you're doing another one in February. We're on number 14. If you go through Black Prime, what's that shit? Street Beefs. He's all on there. The dude that started Street Beefs. So was it his? Did they buy it from him? Did he start it? Is he part of it? How many partners? When did it switch from local regular dudes beating each other up to what it is now? What it is now.
Well, I am excited for Border Wars, Ness. I got to tell you, a lot of people have been hitting me up.
Look at their story. So, I don't know, man. Because the information says that let me see, where is this stuff, bro? Oh my goodness. It says that the investor of the company. Look at this. So EFC Investment Group from Silicon Valley, they funded it. They funded Black Prime. Black Prime specializes in original media programming. And it says it generates revenue of $5 million. So now y'all have already given away $20 million. So, hey, you got to spend money to make money, but I don't know. Then I don't even want to bring this up. Let alone this little thing right here. Or this last one of a failed business in the same name with an actual story to it. So, let people do their own research. I'm going to buy the pay-per-view and see how the fight looks. Hopefully they hired the right camera crew, because it's not hard to stream fights. We've streamed fights, and obviously ours don't look the quality of DAZN, but that's the point. You need an HBO. You need a Showtime. Or a former HBO, former Showtime, former Spike TV. People that have done it in the past, because capturing action on camera isn't like taking a picture. And, yeah, man, I just hope Al's behind it. Let's be real. Now, we can start to assume, because it too much is happening. This stuff like this doesn't just happen out of nowhere. Who's behind it? Where's the money coming from? Is Al part of it? Is he a silent investor? Did they send Terrence over there to test the app out?
Hell no.
I don't fucking know, bro. I'm going to tell you one thing right now. This man knows something, and I know he ain't crossing Al. You understand what I'm saying? He ain't crossing Al. So he got way more fighters with Al. So it's like, I don't know what's going on. I'm starting to lean with the conspirators out there that are saying this is an Al Heyman shell company. You know, maybe he's gonna do his own DAZN.
Man, they want it to be Al.
I mean, bruh. You talking about, if Broner ain't lying, you talking about Broner, who's that, like, he's like, come on, man. He had many opportunities to leave Al for way more money than an 8-figure deal.
Yeah, but I felt
way
like
more than a 3-fight deal. Broner had the biggest opportunities of all
yeah,
time.
he had that Rock Nation. I get all that.
And HBO deals.
I get all that. Was he or was he
I'm
not?
sure he got the zone deals.
He,
you know it. Eddie wanted him.
Yeah, okay, but Eddie offered him less.
I don't know.
Well, according to the messages that AB put out there, regardless, was he or was he not more relevant during those times?
They still saying Bud and Avanesian not on box rack still? I ain't gonna get scared.
Yo, so look. Are you sure, Ness? Look at that.
What?
And that's not the first person I've seen say that.
What? The name?
Yeah.
So you saying this name is not it?
I'm just saying that.
Google it.
I did.
Okay.
I did. Former NFL player.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
Now, is that them assuming?
I don't know.
Because he never said Desmond whatever. He said, me and my boy Dez, shout out to Dez, we gonna take over. So, you know,
yeah, man, we definitely gonna have to see, I guess.
See, he says Uncle Desmond. Shout out to my man Desmond. I call him my Uncle Desmond, the CEO of Black Prime, but not no last name. Not no last name. But, I mean, look, like you said, time will reveal. We will see. Because I'm going to screen share. Look, this is what you see on their Instagram. And that's the dude from Street Beefs. Look at this. This definitely the dude from Street Beefs. So he fought on it. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at the level of fights they was having. So they could have been bought out. Who knows? They could have been bought out. Maybe they had the infrastructure. Because, look, they had a bubble. Did they delete it? Nah, they got a bubble fight here where they had their own bubble that looked decent. It wasn't top rank, but they had a bubble. Look at this ring. That looks decent. A little bubble they built for themselves.
Hell yeah.
All black, so it looks good on TV. Drop my man. That was in June. So who knows, man? Did they get bought out? This 70 weeks ago. Look at this. Look at this. Their first post ever was the MVP fighter. Now, I don't even know. Like, is this before or after Jake?
No, that was before, right? February 2021? That was before.
I know this kid is with Jake. So, yeah, man, we just going to have to wait and see what's going to happen with this. Look, they did this card. This looks like Street Beefs gone professional. Yeah, look, at Street Beefs. So we'll see, man. We'll see. I hope they have the capabilities. Like, see that name? Desmond Gubbs is the CEO. See? I'm telling you. Yo, look, this.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying.
This from that area. That's coming from that, look. People be on anything, man. So we'll see. You know, my small concern is, can they handle the influx of pay-per-view buys and people on their server? You know, can they handle the people on a server? What's the most pay-per-views they've had purchased and live streamed at once? Those are little things, man, because, you know, it just doesn't look like they've done a Terrence Crawford type of fight before.
See, look, right here, this guy say the same thing, and then this guy say, you know what I'm saying? So, I don't be knowing, champ. Look, right here again.
Mm-hmm.
So, who knows, champ? Who knows? But nonetheless, hopefully, like you have said, they are able to have, you know, success. They are able to, you know.
I mean, I'm a little let down that it's another app. You know what I'm saying? Another app, another place to buy. It's not even a subscription. It's straight pay-per-view. Unless they going to change the model.
So you said a straight pay-per-view?
I mean, they haven't mentioned. So you're right. It is Desmond Bishop lands former. Let me see. Black Prime lands former NFL football star Desmond Bishop to direct original miniseries Santiago. Well, that's only as a director. Maybe he took over after that.
Let me see if I could find something on
So he was some sort of a, unless this is not, former NFL player. So he was some sort of a documentary series director. Black Prime's chief operator, Linnell Shepard, notes this is unique. So he was a director there. So maybe they put him in charge of boxing? Because this is an old article. It's not going to be talking about boxing. This is from 2019. So it looks like he started off directing and acting with them. And maybe he's been able to align themselves and change their mission statement. Because it says Desmond plays the role of Shane on Black Prime series Church. And that is their biggest series. Whenever you Google Black Prime, that's what comes up. So maybe he went from actor, director, and stepped it up. Because these are all old articles. This is also 2018. Yeah, well, we shall see, man. We shall see.
Oh, they're saying Discord us?
Discord. Yeah, because we do need some callers to see what in the hell is going on.
Yo, I want to give a big shout out. I'm sure not right now, but I'm at some point throughout the show, I'll take this hoodie off. See this beautiful hoodie right here. This is a FTWR brand.
Word.
Head on over ftwrbrand.com. Get yours today. But I'm actually wearing a FTWR shirt as well. Got my big baby.
Oh, yeah.
Jared Anderson shirt on today. So.
Word. Shout out to FTWR brand. Don't forget to use our code
TBV
so that you could get 10% off, something like that, on all merchandise on their site. So don't forget. Okay? You know.
For sure, champ. Definitely want to get your merch. Go get your hoodies. It's starting to get a little cold outside. Black
Bro, I can't believe how cold outside it is out here. Yo, Vegas is crazy, man. It was legit yesterday 1 degree colder out here than in New Jersey. That's not right. Why?
No, Sunday, Sunday it was 8 degrees colder here than it was in Chicago, champ.
Let's get these phone lines open.
Let's do it.
Remember, we're talking Deontay Wilder pay-per-view buys coming in at $75,000, and we're talking the conspiracy that is Black Prime. You know, what are your thoughts on it? I'm going to Google the Terrence Crawford, too. Is that really gone?
Who else what?
No,
I was going to say, who else will they go after?
A lot of people are speculating Demetrius Andrade. The thing is, like, who are these guys going to fight? Like, Broner got a 3-fight deal with who?
Yeah.
Who he going to fight?
Remember to rate us 5 stars on iTunes.
Subscribe to youtube.com/theboxingvoice for the latest and greatest interviews with your favorite fighters.
If we see Broner
Watch this. So we got Jose in the chat that says, Danny and Ness, you guys better bring jackets when you come to Phoenix, Arizona. So
I don't even have a jacket.
We will be in Phoenix this weekend. Saturday, we'll be in Glendale at McFadden Social House. Come out, watch the top-ranked Lomachenko/Jermaine Ortiz fight, and also come watch the Spider, Anderson Silva, take on, what's Jake's nickname?
Problem Child.
The Problem Child, Jake Paul. We'll be at McFadden Social House for the official fight party.
I didn't bring a coat.
And the after party as well. And then December the 3rd, we'll be back in Phoenix, Glendale, Arizona. And you can too. We're doing an amazing giveaway. We're giving away 2 VIP experiences to the Chocolatito versus Gallo Estrada 3, the trilogy. Yes, that's right. We're giving away 2 VIP experiences that include ringside seats so close that you'll need a poncho for all the sweat and blood that'll be flying, right? We'll be giving away, along with that VIP experience comes VIP access to the weigh-in. You may need to help a fighter hold the towel up, right, if they can't make weight. With that VIP experience, you get access to the pre-fight party. Now, this is a stage front and matchroom pre-fight party. We are the talent performing, right? Usually they get, a magician. They might get a singer. So this time they brought the Boxing Voice podcast, the #1 boxing podcast in the world, to perform. So you'll get access to that pre-fight party. We'll be doing a live show from. They're saying no more than 80 in attendance, Ness. So it'll be very private, very exclusive. Confirmed guests, obviously Mr. Eddie Hearn, Mr. Matchroom himself will be in attendance. Confirmed show guests that will be at the party as well. David Benavidez, Phoenix on. Ramblin' Ralph, Phoenix on. Jesus Ramos, Arizona on. Michael Carbajal, Phoenix on. And we got Showtime, Sean Porter, the one and only. The one Ness was just singing karaoke and riding doom buggies with. And you'll be there, and you can get a chance to meet each and every one of them. You'll get autographed merch, all that good stuff. So head on over, stagefrontvip.com/boxing voice. No THA. That is stagefrontvip.com/boxing voice.
Word. We're going to go to these phone lines, see who's out. Looks like we got the Problem Child from Wisconsin.
Are you going to hit me with the T-Pain bar?
I left with his belt and his girl.
It's a dollar
Hey, Pops, brush my hair one time. And I know all y'all against me. All that soft talking. I know you can do it, man. You got the, let's shut that soft ass shit up.
BoxingVoice.com.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yo.
Right, just let me, if my audio goes bad, just cut me out. I'm kind of in a shady spot. As far as this Wilder thing, 75,000 views. I personally believe that fight, in a sense, should have been free. I understand that you can't really do that with the price tag that comes with Deontay Wilder. But as far as a comeback fight, after 3 perceived losses and 2 knockout losses. I think it would have been better for them to showcase him coming back with that knockout and then go for the big pay-per-view. I feel like the numbers would have been better if that's the way they would have approached it. But I understand.
I agree that, and if you remember correctly, Adrien, they would have done that shit like they did after the first Fury fight when he fought Brazil. That shit was free TV.
Exactly. So
then what happened? And then what happened? The next fight, King Kong back on pay-per-view. Even though he had already knocked out King Kong once, they brought him back to pay-per-view because we was able to see him in a free knockout first round. Yeah, you're right. That would have been smart.
You know, I mean, just that was a showcase knockout.
No,
you should have made it easy for everybody else to see that fight because, you know, he was coming back after 2 really hard fights. You know, people needed to see him as the Bronze Bomber once again, not the guy who got beat by Fury twice, right? So I think that that's where they made the mistake, I think. And to the point that Ness made, I mean, you're going up against the women's fight. You're going up against Devin Haney. There was a lot of boxing that weekend. I wouldn't have put a pay-per-view up against that particular opponent because you weren't necessarily the strongest card. Even with the Caleb Plant fight, you know what I'm saying? Like, there was too much free boxing for people to want to pay $75 when, I mean, let's look at it. One first round knockout. Bruh, it was so fast. I watched the highlights while I was DJing right after it happened. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, and it's crazy. It's crazy too because typically I feel like they don't put out they'll put out like the aftermath. Like they would have put out my man's just laying on the canvas. But I felt like they put the entire fucking knockout on social media right away, bro.
Everywhere. Themselves,
I mean, don't get me wrong. There was a few streams where it was like it showed the punch happen, but not really him go down. So I had to search a little bit. But, dude, I was able to see at least 4 different versions of that knockout from different angles in the crowd, right? Right after it happened. So, you know, with it being like that, it would have been better if it was on free TV because then you're setting up for more money the next time. But to me, that's a disservice in a sense to Wilder because now you got these soft pay-per-view numbers. I'm sure whoever put the money up for the fight and paid Wilder, they're not going to be happy. They took a bath. They lost big time. And I'm a Caleb Plant fan. You know, and like you said, Ness, man, come on, between the 2 of those guys who are on 800,000 pay-per-views, you got 75,000. Come on, man. They got to do better. Now, as far as Black Prime is concerned, I kind of really hope they go the route of not just trying to sign big names. And don't get me wrong, just, you know, don't fucking put me on the cross, okay? Because I'm just throwing names out there. I think if they want longevity with this streaming service, you have to go after the Ray Fords, like blue chip prospects. You gotta be ready and willing to try to build up these fighters coming up from the bottom who got a little bit of fire.
Let me tell you something.
You ain't gonna be able to build those guys up on a pay-per-view platform. Ain't nobody paying to pay to see a prospect.
Well, and I was gonna say, right now they got Crawford, they got Broner. A lot of people
are assuming they gonna fight next.
No,
that's a pay-per-view was supposed to get.
I was gonna say a lot of people consider Brian Norman to be a red hot prospect and maybe someone to keep an eye out for. You know, I've seen him in the gym with Boots. So maybe that's their guy. You get what I'm saying? Because he may not be a name to the world that everybody knows, but neither is Raymond Ford. You know, I feel like people know a lot about him because he is with Matchroom. But, man, I've been hearing about Brian Norman for at least 2 years, champ. You get what I'm saying?
Right, but what I'm saying is you should be getting those level of guys to bring up with the guys that you're paying these 8-figure prizes to, right? I'm just talking about longevity. I mean, if we doing $40 pay-per-views, I mean, let's start building these people up so you have something to build towards. Because, I mean, I feel like Bob Arum was really good at that at Top Rank, right? But all those guys end up leaving after he builds them up. But I think that if you're going to have success, you kind of got to go by the old school model, and you got to get the big guys. You got to put them on pay-per-view, and you got to start putting these other guys who are prospects or blue chips. You got to start putting them on the under and start building them up yourself. So you're building your own superstars on your app. I mean, that's just my 2 cents, guys. Like, I just, don't put me on the cross, but I think that if these guys who are coming around and throwing money around, these are dudes you don't have to pay a lot of money to, and you can build them up to be stars and sign them to longer contracts. But that's just me.
Well,
all right.
champ.
We got C-Dub up next in Alabama. If you're watching this on YouTube, don't forget to hit that thumbs up button. If you're on iTunes, listen to this in the future, present, or past. Don't forget to drop us a 5-star review and keep us the #1 boxing podcast in the world.
Yo.
What up?
3 years.
Yo.
3
Yo.
years. Oh, go
What
ahead.
up, C-Dub?
C-Dub.
Yo, TBV, shout out. Smash that like button. It's free. Shout out to the panel. That there are ups and downs in life. It may be pay-per-view is dead. It may be, they have to figure it out how to end the dark streams. Dark streams are going up. The economy is not getting no better. But however, some may not believe it, some may just don't want to realize it, but it's a niche sport. Boxing may not be that popular. I mean, it's not popular in the US. It may not be that popular worldwide anymore. Sorry, that may hurt people feelings. Sorriness. But UFC pay-per-view numbers still do well. So we'll just see.
How would you know?
Go ahead.
How would you know?
You said, how would I know?
Yeah, I'm saying when has the UFC released pay-per-view numbers for the fans to know whether they're doing well or not?
Caught you lying?
It's a Google search.
Bro, but what I'm saying is that the UFC has publicly said that they do not release pay-per-view numbers. So whatever numbers we get in,
we don't know if they right.
You know what I'm saying? It's
okay.
But
how do we know? How do we know that the Rick Glaciers of the world and who was the other guy, Mike Carpenter, and who else? Dan Raphael? How do we know?
They got years in the sport doing it.
Oh, okay. Okay, I appreciate it. But why do we still have a statue?
One entity,
they still got a big fight coming up. Caleb Plant still got a big fight coming up. They're gonna take this loss on the chin. The more interesting thing for me is Black Planet, man. Black Prime, Blue Blood. He may not be Suge Knight, but the rumor is he over the boxing division. Is that true?
That's what he said on the space. He didn't say he running the boxing division. He said he don't got nothing to do with anything else Black Prime other than boxing. He didn't say he's the Espinoza of the boxing division.
Okay. They had to calm down. Okay, people always put a little salt on it, don't it? Man, but yeah,
I don't know. Now, listen. I'll be honest and say I've only heard his interview on the Twitter space. I never heard anything he said on a live. So if he might have said that on a live, that he is a CEO or some sort of executive over the sports department, I didn't hear him say that.
I need to go and check it out. I need to go check it. That's huge. That's huge. Either way, man, it's huge. It's huge. AB signing. I heard that Al conspiracy too. That Al is over Black Prime, man. That's funny, man. The boxing hilarious. AB signing. People think
Black
that's bad
Prime
for PBC.
to do my Border Wars
AB
pay-per-view,
man was.
Put me in there, all right? Put the good
You
word
going
for
out.
me.
Black Prime, TBV Border Wars
February
14,
25th
February
on Black Prime.
On Black
I want
Prime.
my fight streamed on Black
Blue
Prime.
Blood,
man.
make it happen. Come on, champ.
You know what I'm saying? I got a card on the 25th. Border Wars is back. They already did, influencer fights. Like if you go through Black Prime, that's what they started with. So they might as well bring it back.
For real. Street beats on there, And AB people thinking like it was a bad. AB was like the ninth person down on the bench. When the last time he did something for PBC? He was about to get traded anyway. He that old veteran that was about to get traded anyway. But this Black Prime give me Triller vibe. Give me T.O. Triller vibes, But I hope it's not that. All signs point to it's not going to be that. Bud gonna sell out. We just gotta hope and it's gonna be a good thing. Boo Boo may be next for Black Prime. The Boogeyman, Boogeymans may have to get together. Murder's Row of 2023.
Oh my goodness.
And they fight at a catchweight at 156. You may get AB and Bud summer 2023 on Black Prime. This we're gonna see, man. Hopefully, man, everything work out, man. Smash that like button, it's free.
All right, appreciate it. Who we got next, Ness?
Word. Who is next? Who is next?
Damn, Oscar Leva said I should be main event. Nah, I can't main event Border Wars champ. I'm like, open and fight. Open and fight.
Word. I thought you wasn't fighting, though.
Nah, they making it. He's saying, you go to Black Prime, I got to be the main event. I'm like, nah, I'm Black Prime. I'm going to be like the opening bout. You know what I'm saying? I've been inactive for too long.
Yo.
What up? This Brandon?
What up? Yeah, I'm trying to talk with Daddy rambling and shit. What's going on, TVV? Hey, as far as the Black Prime, I'm optimistic. Whenever a new company comes around throwing around money until they put on a successful event, I'm going to be optimistic. But they seem to be going in the right direction. I do know who Desmond Bishop is. He played for the Packers for quite some time. Decent football player. So I know they have one good investor involved with it who's probably got some papers. So let's just hope for the best in regards to that.
Fuck the Packers.
Right. Fuck them. I'm a Bengals fan now anyway. But as far as Deontay Wilder, I expected it to do more, but I think I overestimated Wilder's diehard fan base.
Nah,
I just don't
his
think
diehard fan base ain't even show up. Let's be real. That's crazy. They ain't even buy his shit.
The return of Wilder, nobody really gave a fuck about the return of a guy coming off 2 knockout losses. I think it wasn't a big deal to the mass population as it was to maybe his fans on TVV. So this formula of let's put C-level fights on pay-per-view because these guys' purses are too high, it's just a fucked up formula. Like Adrien said, the shit should have been free. They just put. I mean, you're gonna take a loss every time with that. Since we got to pay this guy so much, we got to put it on pay-per-view, even though it's a shit fight. It ain't worked out yet for him. So if you don't think the fight's worthy of him getting that type of purse, you might have to tell the guy to take a pay cut. Cause, damn, I mean, Khan and Bud did with damn near triple those numbers. Khan and Bud. So that's Bud's leveraged out. Like, hey man, pay me. I did triple what your biggest cash cow just did. So you kind of need me at this point. But yeah, man, those numbers are hot garbage. I don't know, man. If they do Wilder Ruiz, do you think it crosses 300,000, 250-ish?
It's hard to say, man. Now, I mean, Ruiz didn't even you said Wilder Ruiz, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Ruiz didn't even do that great with Areola.
He did 63, but that's worse.
And that's two Mexicans on Cinco de Mayo weekend.
No. That's worse on Wilder. Like, yo, Ruiz did 63,000 with a dude that was retired. Bro, Wilder did 75,000 with a dude coming off 2 knockouts.
He did that on Mexican Independence
I wouldn't give a fuck. Areola was retired.
Bro, Mexicans don't be caring, bro.
Man.
They just see last names and they be for it.
I hear you. He did it with Areola, man.
The one shining light is that the fight only lasted 1 round with Helenius, and the knockout went viral. So maybe that will help get Wilder's buzz back up. But I don't know, man. I don't know if Fox wants to even do pay-per-views anymore. I mean, if you paid this cat $20 million and he put up Bud and Postal type numbers, how much money did they fucking lose? My God. They already ain't been doing cards with PBC. This probably was the nail in the coffin. So it's gonna be hard, man. It's gonna be hard. Them boys in the soup kitchen right now over there, man. So
yo, let me ask you something. If you were a fighter, this is completely off topic, Border Wars related. You know, it's back, so I gotta always interject it. If you were a fighter that Info Joe read the scorecards and said you won, and then it was revealed that he meant to read your opponent, what would you do?
I'd be mad, but shit. Mistakes happen. Fuck it.
So like, what you mean? Mistakes happen on Info Joe, so you cool that they overturned it to a loss?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if he read it wrong,
so you wouldn't
the paper don't lie.
You wouldn't sit there and try to fight for that win that you thought you got, and whether they
you didn't get a win. If you look at the paper, I read it wrong.
Thank you.
Now, if I see some
I
shit marked out on the scorecards or marked out on the paper where it looked like they altered some shit, that's different. But if not, and he just read the shit wrong,
thank you.
Then it is what it is.
Yeah, I can't understand why someone is trying to hold on to a win that you know you didn't win. It's crazy. But thank you for being honest.
All right, brother. Y'all have a good one.
JP, you up next.
All right, you got me?
Got you. What up, champ?
That was good with y'all.
Shit, man.
Shit. I've been very disappointed with boxing as of late. Very, very, very. Me and the boys on the back call, we made a bet. I said over under 160 for Wilder. I made $200 on the under. I basically took advantage of their fanship, their fandom. My metric for knowing Wilder would not exceed past 160 pay-per-view buys was Andy Ruiz and Chris Arreola. I kept telling them niggas, if Andy Ruiz, Chris Arreola only brought out 80K, there's no way Wilder by himself with the Mexican fan base ain't gonna be there for that Wilder Helenius fight. Now they'll be there for Ruiz Wilder, but that Wilder Helenius is almost a singular fan base coming out for that. And my metric said that motherfucker would not go over 160, and it didn't even get 100 within 100 thou to it, or close to 100 thou to that number. And so I cleaned up on them niggas, raked them over the coals. But learn the lesson. Don't let your fandom overtake your knowledge, overtake your logic. But as far as Bud, man, look, don't tell me shit about you being a competitor. I am convinced that you are not a competitor. Now, I'm not mad at you for getting paid, but that doesn't concern me. My business as a boxing fan is very simple. I'm here for good fights. That's it. That Black Planet, all these niggas getting paid, are they going to be putting on good fights? I don't know how you put on a good fight when you're paying one man $10 million. You can't pay the other one. So that means that we're only getting showcases for a nigga 35 years old. This nigga 35. Still.
Calm down. You cutting yourself out, champ.
Damn. I had a call coming in, my bad. But I mean, I've been very disappointed. I haven't really talked a lot on the back call because I'm not wasting my time with they trolling. All this shit, yeah, they mad, Bud, Bud getting, but they trolling, man. They really sad and disappointed and upset like I am. All that, yeah, Bud, yeah, BLK, Black Planet and all, that's trolling. Because one man was left at the table and the other is off, obviously had been doing, and we just revealed, it's been revealed that Bud had problems.
Cutting out, champ. All right, Canada, let's go to the next caller. N.O. What up?
What up, N.O.? If you're on Blog Talk, don't forget to hit that one button.
I'm my audio sound.
You straight?
All right. Look like the topic we talking about Black Prime. That's the topic today.
And Wilder pay-per-view numbers.
What was the numbers?
75,000.
What the number was?
75,000.
75,000. Yeah, that was bad, bro. I mean, I assumed they were going. I thought they were gonna do like 150. To be honest, I thought he was gonna do like 150,000. You know, something like that. He came over 2 knockout losses, but he's still wild. You know what I'm saying? He's still a big name in the sport of boxing. So I thought, I just thought, 150. That's not too great, but I thought he would at least do that. You know what I'm saying? It's the opponents gotta be better, bro. You gotta have a better matchup, man. Everybody not just buying anything no more. You know what I'm saying? Only way you can pull something like that off, you gotta be entwined with the hip hop world. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta have that young pulse like in you, like, you know what I'm saying? While they a little older, I see him on the gram and all that. I don't know if he on TikTok and all the rest of that, and you know what I'm saying? He not really associated with the hip hop artists and people that's in the know, like like that. So that's the way to sell shit now. Next, you got to be look at Ryan Garcia. He got a big social media, you know what I'm saying? Social media following and all that, but he entwined with the shit that's going viral in a young crowd, you know what I'm saying? That's what kind of sell. Look at Tank. Tank's selling because he intertwined with the hip hop, where you see him with Lil Baby and the different artists and all that. So just like Earl got a little, you know what I'm saying, a little bit of that. That's why he can sell. So yeah, man, they gotta find different ways of selling this shit now. You can't the old method that ain't it no more. They gotta get with the times, bro. They gotta start doing different shit. And the fighters, bro, they gonna have to be a little more active than what they are. You know what I'm saying? They had to do more interviews. We had to do more, you know what I'm saying, appearances, showing up places. Fuck, co-side at the fucking Lakers game and shit. You know what I'm saying? If you're in town, like, you gotta you gotta be in a position to where they always putting their camera on. You know what I'm saying? Keep your name popping and relevant. You can't just, all right, it's time for a fight. Let me come outside and make my rounds. You got to kind of be a little more active than that, bro. You know what I'm saying? You got to start your own personal YouTube channel. Just a camera following your ass around. Keep content out. Like, they got to think a different way, bro, because this shit falling behind. Then you got Crawford about to fight, he about to fight Ebenezer. How many pay-per-view sales y'all think that's going to do? Wilder did 70. What him and Ebenezer ain't going to do? He ain't looking good on the new network, and oh man, bro.
I mean, Crawford ain't coming off back-to-back knockout losses though.
But I'm just saying though, like, look what Crawford did before, like,
you
know
right,
what I'm saying?
though.
Now you coming back. Wilder popular, bro. With knockout losses or not.
You right.
You know what I'm saying?
You ain't
He
told
popular.
no lies. You ain't told no lies.
Look. So what y'all think Bud gonna do, bro? I'm just being honest. I ain't trying to. This ain't no knock, no nothing less. We talking realistic. This the boxing voice.
Well, we gotta wait. We gotta see what they put on that card. You get what I'm saying? We gotta see.
Man, well, when the fight going down? The fight going down soon, right? How much promotion been on that fight?
I mean, they just announced it a couple days ago.
And the fight going down when?
December the 10th.
Come on, man. This is a recipe for disaster, bro. I don't say, man, y'all know better than I know y'all can only see so much. I get that because I know how this shit works. But now I'm speaking my mind. It's new on the boxing voice. That shit ain't looking good, bro. It ain't looking good. It's rushed. The shit rushed, grew together, cool. But what's the outcome gonna be? You know what I'm saying? Crawford going to work, he getting paid, cool. But what's the overall outlook for boxing? It's gonna be on pay-per-view, the numbers. Maybe they won't put the numbers out. Maybe y'all think they said y'all heard anything about that. Maybe they won't put the numbers out. Maybe they'll do it their own move.
Yeah, shit.
You know what I'm saying? They won't tell you what it's sold.
Yeah, we won't know till the time comes, because I guarantee you this: if they do crazy numbers and success, they gonna release that.
Right, but I don't think they gonna be in a position to release that, Dan. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I hear you.
I don't see it doing good, bruh. I don't see it doing good. All right, what's good? All right, let's figure this out. What's good? What's good pay-per-view number for Bud Ebenezer? We're not talking Bud Spence, Bud Thurman.
Bruh, anything Tank did, if it's good for Tank, it's good for Bud.
That's different though, man. Tank was already more popular. You can't. I'm saying for Bud.
What you mean?
So
listen to what you saying, Eno. You saying Tank was already more popular. So if Bud do 200,000, the same number that Tank do, that's great. Cause Tank is already more popular. Tank
Yeah, when
already
you
in
put it
touch with the culture. Little baby walk him out. Y'all be making so much shit up for Tank, and he only doing 200,000.
How much was Tank pay-per-view? How much was Tank pay-per-view? How much was
The
it?
biggest one ever that we know is 225, and that was with Leo.
For how much? How much per household? 80?
75.
75?
Yeah.
How much is Bud pay-per-view?
40.
Is that the same?
What you mean?
Is that the same?
Money?
If Bud pay-per-view $40 and Tank pay-per-view 75 and they both sold 225, is that the same?
Yeah, it's the same because Tank got better
Nah, that ain't the same,
Brother,
man. So the UK,
hear me
all
out.
right, so
hear
all the
me
numbers
out.
they
Hear
doing in
me out.
UK.
Hear me out.
All the
Hear me
numbers
out.
they doing in UK, that's the same then.
Hear-
They bigger stars than we are over
Hear
here.
me out. Hear me out. Tank has better distribution. You cannot compare Interscope Records to Koch Records. You can't compare Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg selling records for Interscope with Jim Jones on Koch Records. It ain't the fucking same. You can't compare HBO putting out Game of Thrones to fucking BT putting out whatever the fuck they had with Nelly. It ain't the same distribution. Stop it.
Ness, you just killed yourself.
No, I
'cause
didn't.
said that
No, I
before you
didn't.
went on your
No,
rant.
I
Ness.
didn't. You
I told
ain't
you
kill
it
me.
wasn't the
You
same.
ain't kill
You
me.
can't compare that shit.
You ain't kill me
I
because
told you that.
you can't compare you can't compare the
killed yourself for me.
distribution.
Yeah, I
You
didn't-
can't
I
compare the
just- I just gave you the
distribution.
rope.
You can't
kicked
compare the
the tip.
distribution. One is a powerhouse and a household name. One is a powerhouse and a household name. One has been doing pay-per-view longer than you and I existed.
Whose fault is that, Ness?
you
Whose
mean?
fault if Crawford?
I guess
if
it's the
Crawford
failing
went
company.
to,
I guess it's the failing company fault. The motherfuckers that can't barely do 130,000 pay-per-views and they've been doing it for 20 years. Those motherfuckers I have fault.
Well, Tank pay-per-view is gonna sell more than Crawford next fight.
We'll see.
So I mean, what's the argument? What's the argument?
I
man?
mean,
So
I ain't know you was.
that's how we
I ain't
gonna
know you
do
was
it.
related to
So
Miss Cleo.
You telling me?
I ain't know you was
telling me
related
Tank-
to Miss Cleo and you knew the future. We gonna have to let Crawford do his numbers before we take your word for it. I'm sorry.
Hey, well, y'all hearing it firsthand.
We're hearing your guess.
What's the number? What's the number though? What's the number?
We hearing your guess.
Well,
We
can
hearing
we
your
get
guess.
the numbers? Can we get the numbers? Since you know the future, can we get the numbers?
Hey, cool. I'm a chill out. We gonna get the.
No,
look, we
let
gonna
me get the
revisit
numbers.
this
Let
shit.
me get the numbers.
We
How
gonna
many
revisit this
pay-per-views?
shit.
How many
You feel me?
pay-per-views does Crawford Evanesian selling? How many pay-per-views does Tank sell in his next fight? Right here, since you know the future, give us the number.
Man, Crawford Ebenezer, man. I'm looking at what Wilder did, man. 80,000?
80?
Maybe 80?
Okay.
Maybe.
He said maybe 80. Okay. How much is Tank doing in his next fight?
Tank in his next fight, bro.
Huh?
I say like 200. I say 200.
200.
Depending on who the opponent
All
is.
right.
If he fight Ryan, it's gonna be much more. If he fight Ryan Garcia, the next fight
All
will
right,
be much
well,
more.
all right. Well, we appreciate everybody, all the TBV family tuning in. This was our first edition of the TBV version of Walter Mercado. Right here, NO just predicted the future, so go ahead, bet it. If y'all can find a prop bet on the pay-per-views numbers that sell, bet that. NO just told y'all the future. We appreciate it. Next caller, who we got? Okay, BX put his hand down. Let's see. Who next? Out in the 614. New caller? Who this? 614, talk to me.
Yo, yeah, that's Jay Will.
Jay Will, what up?
Hello. What up, man? Yeah, man, good show, as always. Just want to speak on the wildest situation, man. I just think, man, something funny going on at TBC, man. I think everybody at TBC knew that there was a full college football game slate on that Saturday night on October the 15th. There's people who's over there to get paid to know these things. They had Wilder going up against a full slate of college football. The Devin Haney and Ken Bolster's fight was on that same night. And this is another thing. Like, I think I heard somebody say something about, Mike Tyson never had to worry about these numbers. Well, with Mike Tyson, each time he came off a loss, especially a knockout loss, he wasn't on pay-per-view his next fight. He was on HBO. And then once that deal was done, he was on Showtime. When he lost on Showtime, he was on regular Showtime his next fight. So, for PBC to put Wilder versus Helenius on pay-per-view with all that stuff going on that Saturday, and plus after a knockout loss, something's up, man. Like, they thirsty for money over there, man. Like, something don't smell right. And then it's like, if that was such a successful business model, why didn't they put Fury versus Otto Wilder on pay-per-view after he had a draw? Because they know ain't nobody gonna buy that. And that's even with ESPN buying. So, I mean, PBC is just doing things that's just, it's just make them look bad. Period. And after Adrien Broner jumped ship, I see other fighters jumping ship because I just think the world done ran dry, man. And there's too many just obvious factors that people can see if they really, even if you're a Spence fan like I am, you got to open up your eyes and just look at the facts. Like, PPC knew that they was putting Wilder up against these football games and the Devin Haney fight. They knew all this, but they still put it on pay-per-view because obviously they don't have the money to pay Wilder with that Wilder wants. And if they don't got the money to pay one of their starship fighters, how they going to come up with money for the biggest fight of the year for Bud Crawford and Spence? Like, it's there, man. The evidence is there. If you're a Spence fan or if you just like PBC, you just got to be honest and objective and just see, like, man, the money's running dry over there, man. Period. And that's my call.
All right, champ. Appreciate the call.
Who next?
We got.
Did you read those? We got a members.
No, I haven't been.
Member for 20 months. We got B-Lo at the champ level. Shout out to you. I hope you enjoyed Untitled yesterday. If you haven't checked it out, head on over to the members tab on the community and check out that episode. It's also on Patreon, MP3 form. He says, I think the promotion of Wilder card was basura and didn't help pay-per-views. I had like 4 casuals hit me up on Saturday night saying Wilder and Plant fought tonight? ? Sure, there were plenty of others. All right, we got a $10 super chat from James Benitez. He said, Bud may do less than 40,000. Think about it. Wilder is the face of American heavyweight boxing. Even with 2 losses, he still moves the needle more than Bud. Also, I doubt BLK Prime releases their numbers.
Yeah, man. Definitely gonna be interesting to see. But like I said, if they do good, I'm sure they will gladly put that out there. We do have some callers on Blog Talk. You gotta press 1 if you'd like to speak. If you'd like to call in, y'all know the number to call in: 425-569-5241. And like I said, press 1 time. Ness, you know who this is right here? 316.
316, that's Mad Bet 100.
Mad
Hello,
Bet.
can you hear me?
Yo.
Good morning, good morning.
Buenos dias, buenos dias.
PBB. Hey, the numbers look bad, but I didn't expect it to be that low. I expect it to be like in the mid 100 something, because that weekend was a weekend of hardcore boxing. It was a lot of boxing. Baumgartner, Haney. It was a lot. So if you was a casual, you probably was overstimulated. For a fan like myself of boxing, it was heaven. Boxing all day. And I enjoyed it. But I could tell if you like my second son, he's a casual fan. He wasn't interested in the women. Well, he was interested in the women because of the talk. But he didn't get in too much of the Wilder fight because he thought, man, he's going to spot this guy. And he went about his business, came back like, did Wilder win? I was like, yeah, he said, expected. But it was a lot of boxing for casual fans. So they could have been overstimulated. It was a lot. Like, what do I watch? Since I go into the buffet, and they have a lot of your favorite thing is just too many choices. So you make a choice and then you leave. For me, it was
And then
heaven. I was a fat
and then
kid
you had free choices.
in
You
the
know what I'm
cake store.
saying?
You know what I'm saying?
You had the ladies and Devin on ESPN. And then you had Wilder on pay-per-view, so it was
For sure.
like if you're a casual, it's like fuck, man. It's like probably know he's gonna get the
Yes,
knockout.
like too much.
Why pay for it when I could
Yes,
watch
but then
these fights for free? And these fights are for undisputed.
and you hit the nail on the head. So it's like, what do I watch? If it was just a pay-per-view, you'd have paid your view. But if you had free boxing to watch, of course you're gonna go with the free. You don't gotta pay for it. And plus the women's promotion, like I said, my oldest son, he's a casual, but he saw the promotion, all the talking, and he was like, "Yeah, I want to watch that because it was exciting." You know what I mean? Like,
right?
Shit, these women are gonna kill each other. So he wanted to watch it. But Wilder was like, he was like, "This guy's preaching." Because I watched the interviews and he said, "Man, this guy's preaching." He wanted to see that shit talking.
Mm-hmm.
Like he was more interested in Killer Plant and the dog than Wilder Helenius. Because they were talking shit. He's like, "I want to see this."
Alright, Chan, appreciate it. J-Mac up next on Discord. Yo. Nah.
For Bud, did with BLK or whatever it is, Black Planet, whatever the going rate is, the dose is. I mean, we all know what that is. It sounds like a fight that he fit in before the Spence fight. Doesn't seem like they're gonna have a turn next year or something. But that's what I think he's working on. I mean, PBC got a lot going on. They having problems on, they have a network issue, securing fights, who they gonna put the fights on. They can't put out a calendar. They can't get commit to those fighters because they got to find the stage to fight some. And so maybe they're trying to save this Spence and Bud fight to get their next network deal so they keep their lights on. Who knows? I don't know. But Bud was brought over there to bring in that viewership to that BLK. But I mean, viewership not a guaranteed success. I think they use Bud's name and brand, and that's why he's getting a pity that he's getting because they hoping they can bank off of building something and clientele off that network deal. So I don't know if they're gonna release numbers or they planning it. So I think it is a showcase for Bud. Bud said to us after he beat Everett, whatever the fuck the dude's name is, he said he's still planning on what the Spence has. I think a lot of people lose that context. They just want to play blame somewhere. But I mean, I'm looking forward to the early, the first season of next year or whatever it's called, and seeing how it go down. Y'all had any other topic?
Just the Black Planet and the Wilder pay-per-views, nothing else.
Hey, but shout out to No. I didn't know he was a fucking a future teller
I
and
know.
what have you. And shout out to JP. I mean, he sounded like he was about to cry on here, pouring all his fucking heart out for some bullshit. That's my call.
All right. Well, it looks like we had some sound issues.
Yeah,
for
no,
that.
this is connected. So obviously,
So
I don't know. It's the fucking dog, bro. Not used to having a dog.
we do apologize, but it seems like it is all fixed, and it looks like we have out in the 901.
Oh yes, James Payne Lethal.
James Payne Lethal. Talk to me, champ.
Yo, how the audio right now?
You great, champ. It's you.
Yo.
It's you.
Yeah, I apologize for the background noise, which I know is blue collar bully on that blue collar ground, but it's me, the ambassador from the great state of Tennessee. It's your boy James Payne, Mr. Lethal himself, and like I know, the best part of waking up is TBV in my cup always. Shout out to the TBV alumni made this slogan world famous. Welcome back, Mr. PVC. Hey yo, so couple points I want to make, and then I'll let y'all continue the discussion. First point, as far as October 15th goes, we do have some numbers back that show that there were a lot of eyeballs fixated on boxing that day. I'd like to make the argument that Clarissa Shields and Savannah Marshall would have did more than the 2 million plus viewers that it did had the situation with the Queen not happen. They would have had a weekend to themselves, but being that they had to share the weekend with the boys and outperform the boys, I want to give them a special acknowledgement for that major accomplishment. Women's boxing deserves that major platform and spotlight. I'm happy that they were able to show out
James
like that.
Payne, I love the ladies' card. I loved it, but how do you know they outperformed the men?
Because they did 2 million viewers. You can actually, that's documented. You can actually see that they did 2 million plus. As were Devin Haney, his fight, he was able to generate an average of 1 million viewers as per Boxing Scenes article 7 days ago. And then we have documented, and you guys are corroborating it this morning, that the Wilder pay-per-view, I mean, it's not you can't measure them on the same plumb line because it was behind a paywall versus the free available boxing, but the Wilder pay-per-view performing under 80,000 versus the million average of Devin Haney and then the 2 million that the ladies did. I think it's pretty clear to say, as far as boxing on October 15th, they were the most viewed product that day. So the women outperformed the boys on that day. And there was a female-dominated card, if I'm not mistaken. So with that being said, I think that's a great accomplishment
for sure. No, it was all women, and I wasn't trying to say you was lying or nothing. Like I genuinely didn't know that ESPN Plus released numbers because they've never released numbers. You get what I'm saying? So
well, the article is there. If you look for it real quick, you do a quick Savannah Marshall and
I already found it.
Clarissa Shields, they'll show you.
Yeah, I already found it. I already found
Sorry
it.
about that.
No,
Okay.
you good. But I do want to say that was including, the UK viewership. If
Absolutely.
Yes.
Well, I mean, boxing is a worldwide.
Yeah, no, they
sport,
killed it. The ladies killed it, bro. The ladies
might,
killed it. They gave us to me.
And,
they gave us some fights that you just can't forget. You get what I'm saying? Like that.
Yeah.
Bumgarner
Absolutely. It was
fight.
definitely a classic card.
But go on with your call. My bad, James.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I don't hit that cut it. You know what I'm saying? And then motherfuckers in the chat are always talking about I'm so long-winded, so I'm trying to give everybody else a chance at the mic. But yeah, man, kudos to the ladies. And I think that does raise the discussion as far as hiding things behind a paywall that we need. The powers that be do need to have closer evaluation on what they consider fights that can give them an ROI, because everything is not worthy of being on pay-per-view, and this is prime evidence of that, especially consider Wilder. His name still moves the needle, but more towards the social media side of things, not so much translating into pay-per-view buys against mediocre opponents. even with what you deem as a respectable undercard. And as far as Black Planet situation, I do wish upstarts luck because being part of a small boxing promotion myself, I do like to see the cup being spread around in the boxing landscape so that small promotions like mine can survive and thrive in the boxing landscape because we throw on fights all the time, and I would like those fights to get attention and notoriety and have a chance to make some money. So as far as this startup, I would like them to pay attention to the other startups that we've had in the last 5 or 6 years, pay special attention to the zone and some of the mistakes that they made, spreading a lot of the bankroll around on the fighters, but not making the fights that would drive the subscribership or the viewership and keep the boxing fans interested. Just because you paid a guy, having high-paid showcase fights is not a formula for success. So I really hope that they evaluate that and think about that as they're going forward. They're spending a lot of money reportedly with Bud, and then now you just tied yourself up with Broner. And everybody knows that Broner ain't did a goddamn thing of note in boxing in the last 5 years except do a lot of talking. So let's see what happens. I wish them folks success. I do want AB to come back and be something and get a big payday in the sport. So maybe this is his coup de grace. We'll see. But that's my call. I thank y'all for the time. Y'all know what it is, man. This is the illest, trillest, dopest boxing podcast in the entire galaxy. Third rock from the sun astrologically. I am James Payne Lee to the blue collar bully. Getting back to the blue collar grind, man. I'm finna dig me some more holes, man. I'm gonna holler at y'all.
All right, Chan.
right.
Appreciate the call.
We got a few super chats. We got Ghost Coast spearfishing. People felt sus. Sparring homies, drama sells more. And he's talking about, obviously, Wilder fighting his sparring partner. We got Big Supermex. He says, dance partners count. Sometimes Fury did under 100K US pay-per-views with White. Also, but the highlight reel KO will pick his numbers back up versus Andy. You agree?
I do, bro. I do, and I just feel that this one shouldn't have been on. You know, like the callers have said, coming off back-to-back losses probably not a good idea, but nonetheless, you know, here we are. And obviously, I think the Andy fight, being a former unified champ, you got the Mexican in front of you, that's going to sell a lot better naturally. So that fight should get ordered here soon, as the WBC has confirmed that is next.
The Axiom says that we missed his 22-month members chat. I don't even see it. Let me slow down. Brandon, did you happen to take a picture of it?
Let us know, Brandon Lens, because
that's B-Lows. I found B-Lows. I don't see the Axiom. That's James Benitez.
But we do have more callers on Blog Talk.
Yeah, well, actually, let me get you some more of these super chats here.
Okay.
I got Luminous P, $2. Ness, I told you so. BLK has dropped the ball before. What did you tell me? I'm lost, bruv. What did you tell me? Open that for her. Villy Millie. Bums stream it on TikTok and people don't pay pay-per-view. We got Facts 100. Yo, Ness, stay on topic. We here to clown Wilder fans. Laugh out loud emoji. AJ Smooth says, exactly. Where's the app at? Sean Porter, where you at? Huh? I'm so lost. Dana Jones, I don't care how many pay-per-view buys Wilder Helenius did. Ain't like I'm getting a piece of the action or part of Wilder's team. And good morning. Good morning to you, champ. Good morning to you. Let's see who else is up on Discord. It looks like we're going to BX. What up?
Yo.
We hear you.
Yo.
Yo.
That That fucking Wilder pay-per-view, man. Just like everybody's saying, you don't got a dance partner. Nobody's interested in it. You can't sell a pay-per-view with no dance partner. And even when Wilder has to be real with himself and understand, you got to lower these purse demands down and get yourself back on Showtime or something for free and let people see you to promote this fight. That's what you got to do. You got to put yourself in you're going to put yourself in a showcase fight. It's 2022. We in the age of information. Nobody's falling for them tricks. We know who Robert Helenius is. It's a fucking Google search in the box rec away. So that's bullshit. You know, that's why Top Rank is doing good business. They put their 4 and their 6 and 8 rounders on ESPN2. They put their main event on regular ESPN. You know what I'm saying? They have a big card. They put it on ESPN Plus because they know how to drive the subscribers from the free TV to the subscription service. They know how to drive the fights from the free TV to the pay-per-views. Nobody gives a shit. They haven't seen you since the last time you got knocked the fuck out. So it's bad business. And it's also Al Heyman's fault because you're supposed to be his advisor. So give him that advice. Why us, the boxing fans, know to say that better than you do. Give him that advice. You want too much money, you got to go out there and put on big money fights. You know what I'm saying? A fucking Wilder Ruiz fight probably does 200, 250 on pay-per-view. But the shit you putting on is whack. So y'all got to get with the program. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got to get with the program over there. And as far as that BLK shit, that shit is a scam, verified scam. You know, somebody else did the information digging better than me. I don't know how they expect to sell pay-per-views when they don't even have a customer base to begin with. But hey, Crawford and Adrien Broner, they picked their hill to die on. That's my call, man.
Word. Good call, brother. Thank you for calling in. Looks like we got a couple callers on Blog Talk. We're going to go out to the phone lines. If you're on Blog Talk, don't do anything. Most of you have already pressed 1, so we're going out to the 561. That looks like it is a new caller. Yes, it is. 561. Who's this?
Oh, Ron.
Your name is Ron?
You hear me now? Yeah.
Ron, where you calling from?
Oh, I'm calling from Florida.
All right, talk to us.
Yeah, what's going on, Ness? What's going on, Danny? What's happening? Yeah, man, I just wanted to say, you know, I couldn't agree more with some of these guys saying, you know, this should have been on pay-per-view. But at the same time, didn't Wilder get his money? Didn't he already get paid for it? It wasn't based off how many pay-per-view sales that he did? Hello?
I'm here.
Oh, yeah. Because I was listening to that last caller. To be honest with you, he kind of sounded like a female, like he's trying to check pockets. Like, if Terrence Crawford getting $10 million to go fight on the app, you know, that's not Terrence Crawford's business how much sales that it has. He already got his money up front. I mean, let's be real. These fighters are getting paid hella money, you know, and they don't even really have to sell that many pay-per-views. So as far as, like, you know, dance partners, if nobody forced them to get a dance partner to sell that pay-per-view, why not take the easy money? If Wilder got $20 million, think how much money he just made for 3 minutes worth of work? I mean, I think him and Andy Ruiz, I don't think they do $300,000. And that's not me hating on Wilder. I just think that the pay-per-view model, especially being at $75 or $80, I think that's dead. I think it's a subscription-based model now. And, you know, I think they should try to go with that model now if these companies want to try to make money off these fighters. Because, you know, these fighters, if they get big checks, I mean, I'll fight. Me, myself, I'll do the easy work to get the big check if, you know, if it's offered. So, I mean, that's the end of my call. I just want to just say that, you know, if it's easy work for high amounts of money, I mean, why not take the easy work and get the most money out of it?
All right, champ. Thanks for calling in. LV Slugger, what up?
TPV.
What
Fellas,
up?
y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, 75K, man. That's definitely lower than what I expected. You know, I definitely thought it was gonna be in the 200K range. But you know, like y'all hit on earlier, you know, it was definitely two undisputed fights on that same day. You know, you had the women's doing their thing. Clarissa put it on for the women's sport, and Alicia Baumgartner. Then you had Devin Haney that same night, undisputed. You know, coming back the rematch. You know, doing what he did the first time in better fashion. So you know what I'm saying? I think that really had a lot to do with it. You know, James hit it on the head with the viewership. You know, the women's doing 2 M's and Devin get hitting that 1 M as far as the viewership, the peak at the viewership. So I mean, we just get a quarter of that. You know what I'm saying? The tune in with Wilder, you know, it hits 200K. You know what I mean? So it's just a lot going on that night. And you know, if you're a hardcore fan, and you know you really you can get two undisputed fights for free. You know, you probably gonna lean more that way than going to have to pay $80 out your pocket to see a man that was coming off two knockout losses. You know, just looking at it from that standpoint. But you know, me being a fan of like I am, you know, you definitely know I paid for it. You know, I was watching, then it had to plant the rail on the undercard. So I mean, I was intrigued by the whole card for real. But you know, like I said, them two undisputed fights for free. You know, a hardcore fan probably gonna lean more towards that than rather have to pay. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, it is what it is. You know, I think PPC probably did a bad business model. You know, Devin Haney, I think that was his date first, and then they came out with the October 15th date. Then we all know what happened with the Queen, and then that date got shipped to the 15th. So I think PBC probably did a bad job with, you know, seeing Devin Haney already had the date and trying to put it right back on there, and then you know the Clarissa, the undisputed for the females being on the same date as well. So it was just a lot going on that day, man. But I think once he get back in there, no matter who he put him in, if they put it on the right day, I feel like he'll do 200K. I do think the Ruiz fight probably is next.
He
So
need the right dance partner though. He need the right dance.
And Wilder need more than 200K, bro.
I mean, with Ortiz, nobody knew Ortiz, and he did 200,000.
Yeah, but you need more than 200,000. Wilder gets paid 20 million, bro.
I mean, that's the business. Yeah, that's what they gonna have to do. You know, they gonna have to look in on.
I know, but you saying with Ruiz, you sure he'll do 200,000? That's not enough.
He'll do 200,000.
But that's not enough. Like, what the fuck don't he get?
I mean, I don't. That's like I said. That's on them. You know what I'm saying? I don't care if it's over 200. You know, that's not.
Yeah, well,
they
gonna need to do more, but
you know what I'm saying? It's gonna do 200 though.
Mm.
But like I was saying,
that's crazy because Earl did more than that with Mikey. But let me get to some other callers. But Earl did more than that with Mikey, man. We got Al in the Bay.
Yo, what's up?
Yo, what up?
Shout out to everybody in the boxing world. Shout out to you, Ness, and Danny. To me, it was doomed from the start. Like, I wouldn't expect it was going to hit that much in pay-per-view buys because it was like, it was on a Saturday, which is college football. That's like,
there was no big game on. There was no big game on that night.
Anytime Alabama play is a big game.
Alabama got their ass whooped earlier in the day, my friend. The game had been over.
Okay. Plus, you had two other cards that had championship potential. Implications on that day. I know it was like earlier than that day, but it's like those people who went to those fights, who was sitting in the arenas, could have been watching the Wilder fight if it was on a separate day.
How many people flew to London and Australia realistically? Like, how many people flew to London and Australia realistically?
realistically, I don't know, but I'm saying people probably went out there and watched that fight. Like realistically, they went out there to watch that fight. It could have been 200. It could have been 2,000. It could have been 5,000. You never know how many Americans flew out there just to watch those two fights. You understand what I'm saying?
Barely.
Because
some people,
I feel like some people would have flew out there to watch that fight if they had the money to go and watch it. You feel me? So, so that the wrong dance partner. So it was a lot of different eyes on different things on that day. So it wasn't like, oh, it was centrally located on this day. This is the biggest fight, because that wasn't even the biggest fight on that day. You know, the women's fight was the biggest fight on that day. You feel me?
Yeah,
Because
but the
they had
women's fight,
unification.
the women's fight had been over for, like 5 hours, 6 hours before they stepped into the ring.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that still matters. Like, coming off that type of high, it's like, do you really want to watch that Wilder fight after watching this?
I mean,
Like, I didn't even want to watch the Wilder fight after watching that. It was like so much of a high. It was kind of like, I don't know if I want to watch that Wilder fight after. Now, I feel like that. Now, I feel like a lot of people feel like that as well. Like, shoot, let's go celebrate, what they just did. Like,
LaShawn up next. What up? For those just tuning in, December 3rd is going down. Stage front. VIP.com. Don't forget to head on over there for a free opportunity to win a VIP, actually 2 VIP experiences with ringside seats. You get access to the weigh-in, you get to meet Eddie Hearn, sign merchandise, and you get to be part of our pre-fight party. So head on over to Stage Front.
VIP.com/boxing voice.
And just sign up. Absolutely free. You don't need anything. The reason they want your number is to call you when you win and your email to email you the tickets. So you better do that now. Is LaShawn ready? Or is it BX the Don? Who you got for me, Canna?
Let us know. If not, we going to Blog Talk.
We got LaShawn. What's up?
Hey, what's up, Ness? How you doing, Danny?
Hey, what up, what up?
What's going on, TBV fam? I'm not going to sit here and try to make any excuses for why the pay-per-view was like it was. I know I had a hell of a time trying to follow all the fights. It's like once I watched Cambosa, then I missed Caleb Plant. So it was like I was flipping between the two different fights. But anyway, I am calling because I have a question. Not to get off topic, but I was in a chat with Best Dad Ever, and he mentioned that TBV don't count, or Undisputed don't make a difference to the TBV cast, and
That's not
didn't
true.
understand.
I don't know what he talking about. Best Dad Ever just saying that because his favorite fight had never been undisputed or unified. So he trying to water down the achievements of Canelo, Devin, the Charlo,
Exactly. Okay. I just
could
wanted to make
never,
sure.
you could never
I just said it
say.
didn't make any sense.
Why would
It
anyone
didn't make any
not
sense.
value undisputed? Like, what is he talking about? He lying to you.
Exactly. So I kind of figured it was just he was stuck for words, but I just wanted to make sure. That's all. Love y'all. Have a blessed day, man.
All right, appreciate the call. Who next? It looks like we got CYP in Cali. Talk to me.
Yo. This is funny, man. I've never seen a situation outside of boxing fans where you see something, you like something, You think it's tight, but then you go on a rant talking about how everybody else don't like it. This shit crazy, right? I say to myself, everybody back here that's calling in, that even the haters, y'all saw it, right? And you know what's even crazy? That in 10 days, the PBC highlight got 3.3 million views. In 6 months, the Dillian White versus Tyson Fury fight got 2.3 million views. Wilder got 3.3 in 10 days. He got 2.6 in 6 months. If if Wilder wasn't what you say he was, he wouldn't have 3.3 million views in 10 days. That means y'all really did want to buy it, but some of y'all just didn't because you couldn't afford it. But you were still interested. The whole point is Wilder a star or not? If he's a pay-per-view star, I ask y'all these questions. How come when the UK flops over here, we count their UK numbers? But when the Americans do okay over here, you don't count the UK. Because we never counted the UK numbers for Tyson Fury Wilder. He did 420 in the first fight. That makes 700 in the first fight, not 300. We didn't count that. He did another, in the second fight, did another 300. That makes 900 for the second fight, for the last fight, not 600. But we don't add that for Wilder. We always keep that down to make sure we give Wilder the lowest number. But for them, we add both. Now, the reason I bring that up, Tyson Fury, Dillian White did 40K on ESPN Plus. 40K buy. Deontay Wilder just doubled him with a guy that we don't know. We know who Dylan White is. We don't know Helenius. And Wilder doubled that on a day with other people boxing. He did that. So I'm never going to talk about how somebody's not a star if I personally saw they damn fight. Go ahead.
But
go ahead.
That Fury White pay-per-view, right, that was in the middle of the day, champ. And then even still,
oh, so we got excuses.
No. I'm just saying, you know, just like you brought up that there was other fights on that day, even though none of them was on during the Wilder fight. You get what I'm saying? You got to bring up how they did that, you know, in the middle of the day, champ. You know what I'm saying? And even still, look, that one, look, so again, they did.
It's very fair. I'm
did.
very fair. Use everybody. Use it for everybody. Don't just bring this shit up for Fury. You fell right into the trap. We use excuses for fighters that we like, but we don't like to use them for Wilder. If Wilder flops, we don't mention nothing else unless you're a fan. But if Fury flops, oh, it was in the middle of the day. AJ versus Vlad was at 5 o'clock. Use it for everybody. Stop picking and choosing when the excuses help. Stop it. Let's be fair for everybody. And don't take your ass to the highlights to watch what happens if he's not a star. Keep your fucking ass out of everything Wilder does. Stop following him. Stop looking him up. Stop looking to see what happens if he's not a star to you.
That's the algorithm. That's the algorithm.
Stop it. Stop clicking on it. Remember, he's not a star. I'm going to tell you, I follow a lot of Facebook boxing, right? When they have a topic about a boxer I don't fuck with, I don't even click on it. I don't scroll and read because I don't care about it. But for some reason, they seem to click on that Wilder shit all the time to give a comment. But to talk about how he's not important. Well, do me a favor. Show us he's not important and stop clicking and stop talking about the dude. Let him disappear if he's not important. You can't do it. You can't do it. Most of y'all are obsessed with Wilder. And it's fucking weird because you can't even give him credit. He's like Kylie Jenner and shit. Y'all say y'all don't like fakeness on girls and shit, but y'all niggas follow us. Y'all like her pictures. But when they ask you, oh, you like natural women. If you like natural women, stop following Kylie Jenner. CYP out.
All right. I mean, you know, the only thing he doesn't understand is that people gonna do it to troll, you know, to troll the ultimate fan. Is the same way like you say something about an Earl, and then his fans attack you. It's just something about Bud, fans attack you. So it's like they're not really doing it because they don't like Wilder. It's to get under the skins of the fighter's fans. But looks like we got someone in the 256. I think that's Alabama, right?
We ain't got nobody on Discord. Nope. 256. You already got to AMG?
Edward in Alabama.
Hey, what's going down, man? What's going down? Appreciate it, man. Good show, good topic today. Well, this is the thing I feel about it, man. I don't know how accurate those numbers are or whatever, but that fight shouldn't have been on pay-per-view. I'm sorry. $80 for that fight. I know that's Wilder and you got these guarantees, but that's not a pay-per-view fight. It's just not. Even with Darrell and them on that, those dudes are not stars. Darrell's just a dude that I know that's always complaining. And Caleb Platt's the last impression I got of him was getting knocked out by Canelo. So, I mean, I don't know what, but like, even if the thing about it is the problem is it's not necessarily Wilder, it's just the fact that all these fights they keep putting on pay-per-view, they're not pay-per-view fights. And then, like I said, on $80. And you guys know how I roll. I love Wilder. You know what I'm saying? I watch all the fucking fights. $80 is a lot to swallow when I can watch Devin Haney for basically free. I mean, I'm sorry, man. It was just stupid. It was doomed from the outside. I don't understand what the purpose of that. Why couldn't this be a $45 fight? If I understand Wilder has certain guarantees and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, like if you don't get nobody in there, and then you still don't get the money. So what the fuck does it matter? I mean, it just should have never been. That's a comeback fight. You want to get interest back in, maybe possibly talking about Uzik's fight down the line and stuff like that. You show that shit for free. You don't charge people $80 to watch that. I'm sorry. The economy just not built for it right now. Nobody's gonna pay for that. You have too many pay-per-views. It's become so common. The pay-per-views are almost fucking like a subscription service nowadays. Every freaking month is something on pay-per-view that nobody wants to pay for. Ruiz versus goddamn I forgot who the last two Ruiz fights. Period. Like those are not pay-per-view fights. Why the hell are you trying to charge for that? And then so we can't even use demographics because one was like originally people say, oh maybe it's black people are buying this, Hispanic people aren't buying. Nobody's buying these aren't pay-per-view fights, man. Nobody wants to pay for shit like this. And it was a good fight. It was an excellent electric performance, but you don't charge $80 for that. You just don't. So. I mean, I don't know what to say. I just feel like like whatever's going on with American boxing right now, where they want to charge for every little thing like this, it's just not in the long run. It's killing the fight. You're not allowing the pop. Like the guy last said, like you get all these views, people know who Wilder is, but PBC's original model was to make these fights free. Now I don't know what happened with their financials, where everything is on pay-per-view, but this basically, from what I'm understanding, Fox probably ain't even gonna do no more boxing after this. So it's just like, I mean, what are we gonna do? Like, I mean, it's not on the fans. It's on whoever's in charge of this. The suits are fucking up boxing right now. That's my call. Appreciate y'all.
All right, Chan. Appreciate the call. Appreciate you calling in to voice your opinion. Y'all know the number to call in: 425-569-5241. And let's see who's next. Let's see. 336.
Yo, can y'all hear me? Am I too loud in the back?
Yeah, you kind of loud, Chan.
Is my background too loud?
Yeah.
Hold on, let me move. Hey, but look, I got a question. I mean, I understand everybody's sentiment. I feel like this hustle's home too, you know what I'm saying? I got everybody's sentiment that it should have been a pay-per-view, you know what I mean? But, for boxing fans that's out there listening, wasn't like Robert Helenius number 2 in the WBA? You know what I mean? Or number 1 in the WBA, something like that. You know what I'm saying? So the reason for the fight is to take the WBA route. You know what I'm saying? So to me, that's obvious. But, them doing 70K, it's proof that that's around how many real boxing fans it is out here in the world. You know what I mean? Like, because you got to be hardcore as hell, like myself, to buy a Wilder Helenius and buy a Ortiz versus Ruiz. You know what I'm saying? Like those aren't hardcore. Those aren't pay-per-view fights. But as a super hardcore fan, like we gonna buy that anyway. But
Wilder, I mean, Tyson Fury, Dillian White did 40,000 American pay-per-views in the middle of the day. They did like 400,000, 500,000 in the UK, which is a country like 1/50th the size of this one. And then on top of that, they still did 90,000 in attendance, bro. So I don't want to hit that. Some people are just bigger stars than others. That's all. That's all. Some people are just bigger stars than others. But let me see who is next. It looks like we have Coach JT. Talk to us.
JT on Discord?
JT on Discord.
You gotta unmute, JT.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, you just unmuted.
Oh, what up? What up? What up? Hey, I just heard. What was that lady that just called in? That's talking about undisputed.
LaShawn.
Okay, yeah. We was talking about that on the back call, and that's. But I mean, I'm not gonna call you out on your undisputed. At one time, well, I am gonna call you out because you said I contradict myself anyway. You said you respect undisputed, which I think you never respected Terrence Crawford undisputed when he was 140 because your argument used to be who has he fought to be undisputed. So the problem with these now the topic what we talking about is the problem with these fights is popularity fighters. They're rather popularity fight because if you had a Jake Paul come on this Deontay Wilder card, it probably would have did better than what it did, what the numbers were now. And we was talking about that on the back call. So I think the sport is just turning into a popularity fighters. They don't even really have to be in boxing and stuff. They just want to see certain fights. So we had Caleb Plant. Anthony Darrell was a good fight. Yeah, Deontay Wilder versus Helenius. Still ain't sell. It still ain't sell good. So at the end of the day, it's not really about undisputed anymore. It's about who can sell tickets, who's the A side. It's just a business. I mean, you bring all the A side fighters, you got A side fighters that's popular than undisputed fighters. So I agree with it. I just think the sport is just making a bad revolving backwards. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, they're not respecting these undisputed fighters anymore. That's my call.
All right, champ. Appreciate it. Who we got next? Looks like you know this is Nest 224.
No, give me a sec.
Looks like we got some callers on Block Talk.
224. Where is it?
Nick Dice.
Yeah, Nick. Is that Chicago?
Chicago, talk to us.
Hey, TBV. Good morning, guys. Ringwalk Danny.
What's up? What's
y'all
up?
always doing the best. Hit that like button, subscribe. So yeah, with the Helenius Wilder fight, I mean it was a bit of a sham. To further prove that after the fight, I'm sure you guys seen it, the post. They was like in the hotel room. It was Wilder and Helenius hugging each other. Helenius was crying, saying, "Man, I've been doing this 35 years. I can't do it no more. Sorry, I couldn't give you a good fight." That lets you know, man, that $80 for the fight, it was just, I mean, is it even a tune-up? I mean, we got to think about that. Like, for the diehard Wilder fans, I'm sure they want to see him fight great opposition. So for that to be his next fight, you know, it was just lackluster. So I can't blame the fans for being pissed. And the numbers show. So for them to say Tyson Fury and Dylan White is comparable, I mean, they still selling out. They're countrymen from Britain or somewhere over there, and the people still come out. But yep, channel is up and running. Skull Season YouTube channel doing food and game reviews. Getting in the algorithm, trying to learn it all. I appreciate you guys, though. You guys are good inspiration for me.
Thank you, brother.
But
Who's next over there?
Hey, have a good day, guys.
All right, champ. Appreciate it. 248. Let's see who we got. 248 Michigan. We got Elijah. Talk to me.
What's up? How you guys doing this morning?
What up, Elijah?
Hello? Can you hear me?
We hear you, champ.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm pretty much just calling in to kind of agree with what everybody else is saying. Last dude made a good point that this is like, that was borderline a tune-up fight with Wilder and Helenius. And you also got those two other free fights going on the same night. It was just a mess of, like, these pay-per-view numbers are not indicative of, I think, Wilder's draw capabilities when he's in there with somebody worthwhile, somebody worth a pay-per-view, and so I don't think too much stock should be placed in it. Not in Wilder, maybe in the business though. The business side of things is really what messed it up. The poor planning of having all these big fights on the same night and charging $80 for a tune-up fight really is it's just bad business. But yeah, I just wanted to call and give my 2 cents on that. Y'all have a nice one. Peace out.
All right, brother. Thank you for calling in. Is this JT or King Born?
Yo, it's King Born, yo.
What up?
What's good?
What up?
Listen, man. Y'all know I love my comrades, TBV comrades. Y'all know I love my TBV live chat comrades, man. Listen, this Wilder shit is bullshit, man. Straight up. 75,000. My man ain't even hit 150. Nah, man, I'm not going for that, man. I'm not having it. I'm not having it right now, man. It's some bullshit. You know what I mean? For real. What the fuck happened, man? This is Wilder. King of T'Challa. The Black Panther was back. You heard? Free the black man. Let the black man be free. He was free. He was back. He did some spectacular shit. You had all these other fights on it. Nobody gave a fuck. That's what we seen. Yo, shout out to Black Dynamite Network. I'm telling y'all right now, they got AB, right? They got Broner back. 3 fights, 10 mil. I'm predicting in the next 2 months, Andrade, Kevin Farmer, who else? Whoever don't got a record deal, whoever don't got a deal right now, they gonna fuck with Black Dynamite, man. Like I said, next, love the show. Yo, Danny, man, it's still some bullshit. I'm hyped up. I'm tight. I had to pay goddamn Venom. I blame Jay Benitez for the shit, man. Love y'all. Peace. I'm out.
All right, champ. Appreciate it. And that's all the callers on Blog Talk.
Anybody else on Discord?
Let me see. I'm checking. Coach JT, we got to, right? And then LV Slugger said counterpunch by special feature. Or LV Slugger with a counterpunch, I believe.
LV, what up? And special feature, I see you. Just got to talk. You're not talking.
Well, I didn't know y'all was ready.
You ready, baby.
But, yeah, as far as those numbers, yeah, that is low, but kind of also expected considering all the boxing they had, and most of us knew it was going to happen in that fight. But I think Wilder could have a much better showing next time, and he would have had a better showing if he'd have been by himself on that day. And as far as that app, we just got to see if they just throwing a lot of money around to put on showcase fights, or if they're going to be able to attract other big names to put on the fights we want to see. And as for Border Wars, as you know, Ness, I done had the surgery. I'm all healed up, so Lord willing, I will be there in Vegas. I just need to know when I need to have it. It's 250, right? And when do I need to have that in?
We fighting February 25th. Just DM me, baby.
All right.
That's
my call.
All right. Who is in the 609? Did you get to them?
I believe that's the only one, maybe.
This is Will in Jersey.
Yeah,
what up?
Definitely not. Will, talk to us, champ.
Yo, what's good, man? It's been a while since I've been on, but yo, you know what I mean? First, I want to say, free boxing, be pay-per-view boxing all day long. You know what I mean? We already, I don't want to talk about the 6 ABC days, you know what I mean? But number 2, shame on the PBC for scheduling that pay-per-view fight on a boxing field day, man. Like I said, free boxing gonna be pay-per-view all day long. You know what I mean? Third of all, who's paying $80 to watch Wilder knocks a milkman out in the first round? Nobody. Like, you know what I mean? It's just poor judgment, poor, you know what I mean, fight organization from the PBC, man. Like, that's crazy to me, man. Like, the 75,000 isn't indicative of anything. Wilder still is the biggest, probably heavyweight draw other than Fury and Joshua. You know what I mean? So, like, to count him out, you know what I mean? That's insane, man. It's crazy, man. I'm out, man.
All right, champ. Thanks for calling in. Let's see who's on Discord. LV, Counterpunch.
Y'all hear me? Y'all hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I cut out or what, but the last thing I heard you was saying that's not enough. Like, you know, I really don't give a fuck about none of that. Like, how much the Island them got to make. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm a fan. You know, that was my prediction. 200,000 over. You telling me it's not enough? You gotta holler at Al them about that.
Yeah,
how
but
much money they making?
But as a
I
fan,
don't care about none of that. Yeah, I don't care about that. I'm
as a
just strictly
fan,
talking about, you know, what's the money gonna be made, and
right? But as a
that's on
fan,
them.
bro,
I'm gonna let y'all
that's,
hold that down.
you know,
That's for on that tip. You know what I'm saying?
okay.
But yeah, I want to finish the call.
You breaking up.
I believe I cut out. You know what I'm saying? Okay.
You breaking up, brother. You breaking up.
We're gonna have to let you go, champ. Breaking up pretty bad.
Is CYP over there? Counterpunch.
Not yet.
Yes, he is. What up?
Oh, right there.
All right. You know me, I'm a numbers guy. Would you think that if Mike Tyson in his prime, you think if he fought Helenius, you think the numbers would be high?
I don't know, man.
It's hard to say.
It's hard to say when Mike just did 1.9 in 2022, man. Or 2021, like that. I know that's with Roy. I know that's with Roy, but I couldn't even believe he did that much.
Yeah, I know that's with Roy. This is what we're gonna talk facts. We're gonna talk facts about Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson was superstar. But let's look at some reality. When Mike Tyson fought Danny Williams, he did 150,000. When he fought ATM, he did 100,000. When he fought names that were not big and still bigger than Helenius, he didn't do great numbers either. A Helenius guy should not be on pay-per-view. We know that. So to go at Wilder for doing 75 versus Helenius, ask yourself, would Tyson Fury versus Helenius be on pay-per-view? No. AJ versus Helenius be on pay-per-view? No. This was not supposed to be a pay-per-view fight. It's a get-back fight. He make his money. Y'all move on. Now, if y'all think Andy Ruiz and him ain't going to do big numbers, say it now. Say it right now. Forever hold your peace. Say it right now so we can hold you accountable. I say it will do good numbers. If you think Wilder is not a star because he fought Helenius on pay-per-view, the numbers won't good. Ask yourself, would Helenius be on pay-per-view versus anyone else? Some of y'all don't understand that your favorite fighter wouldn't be on pay-per-view, period. Let alone have a pay-per-view that's not successful. You got to be popular to get a pay-per-view against a nobody. You can't be non-popular if you fight nobody on pay-per-view. It's impossible. So get your fighter on pay-per-view, right? And then ask him, what are you doing against Helenius? Because Mike Tyson didn't do that good against no names either. And Mike Tyson, one of the biggest pay-per-view stars we ever seen. It's fact. CYP out.
I got King Amin in Essex on the line. What up?
Hey, yo, see, shout out to CYP. First, y'all hear me clear?
Yep.
All right. Shout out to CYP because he's such an educated caller. And first of all, salute to him, building this beautiful family. Congratulations to him. I was just about to be like, yo, what did Tyson do against Francois Botha and this and that? And he kind of beat me to that punch. So I'm going to leave that alone. But what I will say is this. The numbers are the numbers, but what the numbers mean to me is that Wilder don't even need to think about this Ruiz fight because let's not blame him. You know, let's put it on PBC and Fox because why would you not have put this fight on Channel 5 everywhere in America so they can see the return of the heavyweight king?
Because they had to pay him a lot to get him out. Remember, he was contemplating retirement. They had to convince him to come back. And obviously someone put it in his mind that he makes up the other financial side of the heavyweight division. That's why he's saying the heavyweight division needs me. You know what I'm saying? They need me for big pay-per-view fights, and it is true. Like, we don't got a dude, Fury, AJ, Ruiz could fight other than Wilder. So he is the only American draw. So yeah, man, they had to convince him. Remember, he was talking about he wasn't coming back. He talking about ayahuasca trips and all that. So, they took a loss.
Making music.
They took a loss. They took a loss in hopes that they gonna make money in the next, 1 or 2 pay-per-views. They giving them this one to get back. Yo, you back. Look, we still miss you. The world needs you. Now, boom, you in there in the big fight.
So let me ask you this: and this is for anybody to answer. Ruiz ain't that fight, is it? It's got to be AJ. Okay, they gave him a softball because they had to pay Caleb Plant and Durrell and everybody else in that undercard, so they gave him a big bag and said, here you go. Come on back, champ. Don't worry about that one. We'll pay you the next time. Or you'll get paid, so that next time, a fight against anybody but AJ, and I know, fuck all that, all right? I got gray in my beard. I ain't listen to what you're saying after I say what I'm saying. Wilder needs to fight AJ. It's probably the most lucrative, and it makes the most fucking sense. Chew me up if you want to. TBV, this is the battleground. You got to stand on what you said, and I've said it. So fuck all that. King, I'm out.
Yeah, I don't know that I disagree that AJ's the biggest fight, but realistically speaking, I don't know that we get that for real. I don't know that we get that for real.
Anybody else?
Checking once.
If you're on Blog
Checking
Talk,
twice.
we got a couple callers on Blog Talk. If you haven't pressed 1, that's why we haven't been able to go to you. So do that, and we'll let you rock out. I got a couple of names out here. We're going to go to Davidian.
Yo.
Yo.
Good. Hey, how you doing? What's up, Danny, Ness, TBV?
What up, John?
Yeah, I am a little surprised. The numbers were pretty low. I usually don't even get into the whole number thing. I just be hearing people go back and forth and debate numbers all day. But I thought you would at least do 150, 200. But I don't know. You had so many different fights on that day, so it was kind of like, and even at night, I was flipping back and forth between PBC and Haney's fight. It was kind of hard to see. It just depended on which fight was on that was interesting. It was kind of like flipping back and forth. I mean, truthfully, and I get what you were saying in the previous call, Ness. That fight between him and Helenius, though, should have been on Fox. I know they couldn't do that, I guess, but that should have been like a Fox. It just would have. I felt like would have did a lot better, but you gotta pay one man $20 million or however much that Wilder's getting. I guess that's what you got to do. But I just wish. I don't know. It just don't. It don't sit well with me for boxing because it's like we got to pay for all these other apps and stuff too.
Word.
Like
I can't believe there's another one.
80 all the time. Like I can't pay $75, $85 for a pay-per-view, even though I'm a fanatic and I will, but you go broke doing that. But I don't know. It is what it is. I felt like it would have did a lot better on just regular TV, but they couldn't do that. So I don't know. They got to go back to the drawing board or something. I don't know what's going on, but shout out to y'all. Shout out to all the callers. God bless. That's my call.
All right. If you haven't already done so, don't forget to go ahead and subscribe to the YouTube channel. We're trying to get to our next goal of 158,000. Right now, it looks like we're at 157,700. So we need about 300 or more subscribers to get us to that next goal. And it looks like we got Tommy in Florida.
What's up, Jack? You can hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I'm late. Who broke the news that I did 75?
Dan Rayfield.
Dan Rayfield. Yeah, I gotta look him up. I don't know. Is he usually credible or something? Because I would think
Yeah,
that
he's super credible.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
Yeah, he was with
All right.
ESPN. He
Well,
was with ESPN
He's
for
the
like
biggest. He's the most popular journalist. Bottom
yeah,
line, I don't think there's any journalist that has more followers than him.
yeah, he's huge.
I mean, in
so
boxing. Let me rephrase
is he
that.
still on the ESPN right now?
No,
Nah,
he
he's not with
was.
ESPN no more because he costs too much. They
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 couldn't
got rid of
afford him.
him and brought in young blood that they could pay cheaper.
Pretty cheap. Damn. I would have thought. Me personally, I would think Caleb and Darrell would have did at least that if they was the main event with no Wilder. So, but that's just me. But
I mean, but it was
I just
three
want to
big
see
fights.
who. Like
Remember,
I said,
remember, you forgetting that it was three big fights. Like, yeah, maybe if it was just Wilder fighting that day, more people would have bought it. But like, you have free boxing everywhere, all day.
Yeah, and then but I mean, personally, to me, other than the women early in the day, the later shows, the more interesting fight of the day to me was Caleb and Darrell. I don't even know who was on Haney on the card, but like that was the main thing I wanted to watch. I guess people felt different, but I know y'all had a show watching both of them, but that's what I want to do. I want to see who broke the news, but good show. Like, subscribe, shout out to TVV.
All right, Tommy in Florida. Thanks for calling in. We're going to Hawk in Maryland. What up?
Yo, can you hear me?
Perfect.
Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Perfect.
Hello?
Hawk, we hear you perfect, man.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Talk to us, Hawk, please.
My man keeps muting himself, bro. Like, come on, Hawk. Get your shit together.
Who else we got? Let me see if we got.
BX the Dom, what up?
Yo.
Yo.
You hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So just wanted to come back on because I heard a couple people saying a couple of things.
Did you send a counterpunch, my friend? You only get one call. You got to pay for that second one, unfortunately.
Oh, all right. That's cool.
Okay. Well, it looks like we got to everybody. If we haven't gotten to you, make sure you raise your hand on Discord or call in on Blog Talk 14255695241. Hawk, what up?
Yo, can y'all hear me now?
Hawk, we always heard you. It's you.
Oh, you know what? Because I can't tell when that little unmute and mute. I can't tell the difference, man. I'm an old motherfucker. Anyway, great to hear from you, TVB. Press that like and subscribe. What's up, Ness? What's up, Danny?
What up, champ?
Ain't too much. Hey, bro, you live long enough. You've seen it all before. I've seen this all before with Mike Tyson, bro. It's the knockouts in one round that's the problem. Deontay Wilder, most fights, like when Floyd fights, you got time for word of mouth to get around that the fight's on. Then you get people say, oh, the main event on? And then they call the next person. It could be the second round, Floyd fight. And then people will call around and bam, bam, bam. Okay, then more people, the ratings will go up. That's why they do ratings for a show, not just for the beginning of a show. The ratings can go up in the middle of a show, and they'll keep track of when the ratings go up and ratings go down.
That's
but if the fight is over in one round,
let me tell you, Hawk, that is why they have.
Okay.
That is why they have for pay-per-view shows. The network has a thing. It's called a walk time. So I remember a perfect example of where this was a big thing was Ward Kovalev 2, right? That was a pay-per-view. First 3 fights combined, I think, was a total of 4 rounds, right? So we had to sit there for an hour and a half because it's a pay-per-view, and they're not allowed to make the ring walk no earlier than a certain time. So I don't even want to hear that, bro, because they literally hold the fighters to give people time
to buy the pay-per-view.
pay-per-view. They have walk times. They're not allowed to walk before a certain time per the network. So they literally wait. So it's like I don't even want to hear that as an excuse, bro, because they had the time to
but
click.
Okay, but you have to take consideration, my brother. I'm telling you, I've seen it before with Mike Tyson. That's why he ended up fighting in Tokyo when he got knocked out. Nobody in the United States would buy his fights anymore. They were tired of one round. You sit down to watch the fight, or you go use the bathroom in a fight over. I'm telling you, people, that's the whole issue. I mean, you get people that don't watch boxing, that don't care about the undercard, but they might know of Deontay Wilder and wait for the main event to come on. Then such and such, person will call another person, like just a chain reaction sometimes.
Hey, Hawk.
Even a football game. Yeah.
You older than me, yo. Was Peter McNeely popular?
No.
But
that was Mike Tyson coming back from being in jail. That was him coming back from being in jail for 2 years.
And they did.
I tell you what.
You know how many pay-per-views they did? 1.5 million.
Mm-hmm. That's because he came back from. Everybody wanted to see him again now because he had been in jail all the time. Everybody was curious. I lived through it. Even Mike Tyson fighting Roy Jones Jr. When he fought him, the ratings were so high. But I tell you what, they fought for rounds. It lasted. If it was just one round, certain people wouldn't have clicked in. People do click into a show, and everybody don't watch undercard.
Some people is just bigger stars than other people, champ. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
true. No question.
Like some people, it don't matter. Tank for a last minute replacement, and Ricardo Nunez, if I'm not mistaken, who was coming off a fight 3 weeks prior. You hear me? He had fought
How long did the fight last?
3 rounds.
How many rounds did it go?
3 rounds. Listen to me. Or 2 rounds, maybe 2, maybe 1, right? It was like 1 or 2 rounds. But hear me. Okay. Actually, I don't think it made it out the first round. Okay. You understand? Gervonta Davis, though, still, even though was fighting a last-minute replacement, got Aubrey Graham, a.k.a. Drake, to come. Got Lil Wayne to come. Got Antonio Brown to
so what you're saying is Wilder's name isn't that big. That's what you're saying. Wilder's name isn't that big.
It's just not that big, bro. Like we thought it was because he had the right dance partner.
That's the way I'm looking at it. That's the way I'm looking
at it. But we do appreciate it, and we have to let you go. CYP Counterpunch, talk to me.
Shout out. We got 2 cash apps. Shout out to Nick Dice. That says, best podcast in the business. Keep bringing it. And we got a super chat from Pablo that says, just because I truly appreciate what you do. Shout out to the both of you.
CYP, talk to me.
Y'all need to cut the bud. They did a whole documentary on Peter McNeely and Mike Tyson's fight. He was the original Great White Hope. He was the first one. That whole thing came from Peter McNeely. See, that's what I'm talking about. You'll be a boxing show. One of y'all got to know this shit. Y'all got to know that, how popular Peter McNeely was. They hyped him up to beat Mike Tyson because he was white. That's where the Great White Hope movie came from. I mean, man, whatever. Y'all know so damn much. When Mike Tyson fought the Helenius of the world, it was not on pay-per-view. That is my point. They weren't. They weren't on pay-per-view. A guy like Helenius who has 29,000 Instagram followers in today's world, that's a literal no one. Nobody knows. Yeah, they literally was calling him the sparring partner when he deserves more respect than that. They were calling him a sparring partner. He deserved much more respect than that. But hey, life goes on. Didn't work out. That's the way they cornered him. That's the way he's probably going to end up. Deontay Wilder's sparring partner. So don't give me this sparring partner is supposed to put up these great numbers because nobody has ever done it against an Helenius. Nobody. Not Mike Tyson. Not Floyd. Nobody is doing that versus an Helenius. Andre Berto, 500K. Andre Berto's a damn champion. Any popular. Let's stop the bullshit. But you know what? Don't stop the bullshit. You got good views. You're getting the haters to come out. I see Ralphie back with his weird ass. Can't never show up for nothing positive, but he want to show up for this Wilder. Welcome back, losers. And if you feel like really getting at us, the back call is open. Bring your punk asses back here. We'll eat you back here. It's a new day, a new name. It's still Boss Squad. And the general has spoken. CYP out.
All right, champ.
I don't know that I could believe him that he was the Great White Hope. He had already lost to a dude that was a bum before he fought Tyson. Like, he had lost to an 8-5 fighter, and his record is it's just like filled with fighters that never won. I don't think there's any boxing writer and/or fan that could have believed Peter McNeary was the next great white hope. I mean, you know, he had 30-something fights. He was 36-1 at the time when he fought Mike.
I know he
and
was
he's
big.
he's got easily over 24 people that haven't won on his 36 fights.
Yeah, no, I mean, I know he
like you fought dudes that never won.
He had a big following in his hometown. He was the hometown kid. You know, some people.
What hometown is that?
He was from Massachusetts, from the Boston area.
Yeah. I mean, BoxRec doesn't lie. You know, his first 20 fights didn't even have stars. So, again, I don't care what you or him tell me. This guy was never considered the great white hope. It's impossible. Like, you know, we had writers like Bert Sugar and just other iconic writers. Like, no one would fall for this. You can see, I mean, dude's like 20-0 and he's fighting debut, 0-5. You know, 0-4, 0-2, 0-1, debut, 0-3, 0-2. Man, kidding me? I don't think anybody could have fell for that. But I'm not end all be all. I'm sure there are some people that fell for some dumb shit like that. But geez, that's crazy to think that he was the great white hope. James Benitez, what up?
Yo, what's up, Ness? You hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Yeah, we hear you.
All right. Yo, Ness, man. There's no reason, man, where a card with Frank Sanchez, man, Caleb Plant, and Deontay Wilder should have ever did 75,000, man. If that's the case, man, there's definitely going to be no hope for Bud's card, man. At the end of the day, man, you got probably, like 500 to 600 people watching your show right now. You only got like 150 likes. The reason why, man, people just prefer to shoplift, man. Just like they prefer to shoplift these fights, man. I know for a fucking fact that there's probably well over 200 to 300 some thousand people that watch that fight live, man. But they just too damn cheap just to actually support their so-called favorite fighters. And it's a damn shame, man. That's the reason why we don't get what we want in boxing, man, because the fans. That's why these fighters like fuck the fans, man. Because we got these fake-ass fans right here that claim to support, and they ain't going to support with their dollar. Man, so Ness, that's really my call right here, man. It's disappointing, but, man, all I can say is, man, fuck some of these fans because they ain't going to stand with their pockets. That's it, man.
I got hit up, and they said Peter McNeely, not at all. He wasn't the great white hope. They had a commercial of him getting slapped with a pizza and getting knocked out. Lids Low, Decatur, Georgia.
Hold on. How much money is gonna take for you as a radio and personality and public figure to
get slapped with a pizza
on a commercial? Like,
I mean, I don't know, man. Gotta see what that contract looking like. And is it pepperoni? Because I love some pepperoni.
Damn, you trying to take the sausage to the face? That's what's wrong with you, Jam?
I mean, pepperoni is sliced, but if you want to be, you know, some sort of homophobe and say it's sausage.
I mean, is it not a form of sausage?
I mean, you're the only one thinking of sausage as a dick.
Whoa, I ain't say none
That's
of
what
that,
you
bro.
Take sausage to the face.
Bro, I'm talking about the swine,
Take sausage to the face. That sounds like he's talking about me ingesting pork.
Bro, I'm talking pork.
Get out of here.
Bro, what's wrong with you, bro? What's wrong with you?
Get out of here. Liz Low, you there?
Bro, I'm talking about the pork.
Yeah, I'm here.
What's wrong with
what
this
up?
guy?
Oh, man, everything, Coach, man. Shout out to you and Danny and Bo and the rest of the TBV fam. Water War 14 coming, y'all. That's what's happening. Hey, so far the, you know me, I don't care nothing about numbers. I don't do the number thing. I ain't really tripping, but I understand it to get their money. Hey, who turned out? Yeah, shout out to the last caller real quick, cause he right, bro. It's us fans. If we don't goddamn buy the shit, the motherfuckers. I don't know how they go with the pay scale, but it do affect them some way, somehow. So yeah, shout it, man. Y'all gotta buy the fight, folks. You understand? I know it's easy to goddamn stream and goddamn do this. I done did it a couple times myself on some fights I ain't care for. I'm keeping 100. But yeah. You know what I'm saying? Just buy the damn fight. Because I'm buying that BLK, shout out. You know I'm a rep, bud. Yep, I'm going to do it. I don't care who hating or not. And another thing, I heard some callers, real shit, I heard some callers like,
it's one thing if you think BLK is like, okay, they knew they might not make it, okay. But if you coming on here wishing on folks to goddamn fail, bro, like what the fuck wrong in your life, my dog? Like go do something, shout it. Like anytime you goddamn want another nigga to fail, bro, something wrong with you, dog. That's what's wrong with us black folk anyway. But that's another subject. Far as AB, shout out to that nigga coming. I ain't gonna lie, I was the one that gave up on AB because it's like you sick of the bullshit. But he came back. He looked like he's serious, but he still got to show me. He looked like he want to do something. I hope they snatch up Andrade too. I don't know what the fuck BLK got going on, but the point is, the motherfuckers trying to do something. And I'm going to ride with that shit because we sick of the bullshit we get from the old goddamn promotional motherfuckers, you dig? Unless you like that type of shit that's going on now. Yeah, networks too, them motherfuckers, Fox, all them, none of them niggas get a pass. Fuck them all, y'all, to get down and get right. But, I'm all for boxing, man. Shout out to everybody and everybody's favorite fighter. Hey, look, some better than others. That's just how it goes. Bud happened to be one of them. Well, I know I'm ruffling some fellas, and I'm trying to, because this shit funny to me. I've been going around to all the YouTube channel fucking with them. But it's all love, though. You know what I'm saying? I make friends with the niggas who be going for Spence, too. Shout out to a nigga named Sway Jones. I met off a couple channels. But shout out to everybody, TBB, Border War, Danny, get your ass in the ring and swing, man. Shout out to everybody, man. I'm happy. Let go, man. Let go. I'm out there count.
Tell them to get that money together, bro. What the fuck? My time ain't free. Fuck around with y'all.
Yo, it looks like we got AMG Chamuco. Hey yo, AMG here. What up?
Hey, y'all hear me?
Perfect.
Nice. Yeah, good show. Yeah, man, there's just too much pressure when it comes to fucking pay-per-view numbers. Like, opposite fans want to immediately talk shit when, a fighter doesn't sell what his fans thought they were going to sell. So obviously a lot of people are going to hate on Wilder because the pay-per-view was fucking trash. But it's not, I don't think, it's just a dying model, dude. Ness, Danny, do you guys still buy fucking CDs? No, right? You probably subscribe to fucking Spotify or some shit.
I mean,
I don't buy CDs. I'm subscribed to Apple. You're right.
Exactly. Like, it's just a dying shit. Like, it's just people are going to keep taking the path of least resistance to the wallet. They're just going to keep streaming these fights, no matter who the fighter is.
Even though I pay for
We're not going to see all that.
Even though I pay for Apple Music, if I support you, I'm buying your album. You know.
But it's you can count on one hand the people that are going to sell over 500K in one hand. The other thing is CYP is wrong about the Great White Hope. I saw that on a fucking documentary. That's about Jack Johnson, like way back in the day, early 1900s. He was the first black heavyweight champion, and some, obviously a bunch of racist motherfuckers back then were hyping up this white dude that Jack Johnson beat the shit out of. But that's where the Great White Hope actually comes from, not from whatever Mike Tyson shit he's talking about. That's my call.
All right, champ. Thank you for calling in. Who next? We got some callers here. Let me see what you got for me, Donnie.
So you don't do that?
What?
Like artists, people that you support, you don't buy their album?
I got Apple Music. They getting paid like that.
Yeah, very little though.
That they chose to go on iTunes.
Yeah, nah. I mean, if I support you,
I'm buying. Why would I buy your CD? You ain't even got a CD.
I mean,
you streaming.
The same reason you buy the pay-per-view to some fights that you're at, because you support it. And
no, I buy the pay-per-view to the fights I'm at because I need to come back and hear the commentary because I'm going to do a review. And I need to review not only what I seen, but what was said. Because, the commentator could say some bullshit. He could say, oh, so-and-so was winning, and no, the fuck he wasn't. So, yeah, man. But I'm different. We're a business. We got to buy the pay-per-view. We got to report on it. Like, that's our job.
Nah.
A consumer
perfect example,
doesn't have to buy the pay-per-view, especially if he's going. Why is he going to buy and go? The consumer.
Nah, I'm saying, but they're going to, if they want to watch it, they're just going to buy to support it. You get what I'm saying? Like, I buy albums, I support.
Yeah, I'm not buying any CDs because the thing is, it's like I don't have any CD player.
Nah, I stopped buying CDs. But even then, like, bro, it ain't been that long. Like, Kendrick Lamar went so crazy on that. I went to Target, bought like 2 copies, bro.
Crazy.
That shit was so fucking nuts. I'm like, bro,
What?
I need this.
But why? Like,
So
you
look,
can't take that CD everywhere. Like,
here's
I'm
the
going
thing.
to the gym. I'm
Nah,
trying to jam a
and-
CD into my phone.
And here's the thing. And here's the thing where I fucked up. So now, what I would
Probably
do?
all scratched at your house and shit.
Nah, now what I would do, if I'm not physically buying it on iTunes, cause it's something that if you feel me, like I'm buying my man's album to support. You feel me?
I hear you.
But nonetheless, if it's another artist, I may rock out with you buying your vinyl, champ. You know what I'm saying? The vinyl is some classic. You know what I'm saying? So I may rock out, get the vinyl. Luis Reyes, you are a fucking liar. I don't even listen to dude. But I know that it must have sucked Monday night to be a Boston fan because we fucking pounced. Hold on. We pounced on y'all last motherfucker. I was looking for you. Go back to yesterday morning show. I was on your ass before we even went live, but you was MIA. So fuck what you talking about. CYP said, Danny, check your inbox. Man. Let me see what you talking about. CYP just sent me a screenshot that says the film is a satire of racial preference in boxing and was inspired by Larry Holmes' 1982 fight with Jerry Cooney, who was known as the Great White Hope, and Mike Tyson's return champ. But this say Jerry Cooney was known as the Great White Hope, not Peter McNeely. So I'm still confused. But nonetheless, you said, what's the number, Ness? 258, 248. Who? They don't even got their hand up. Yo. They just dropped. They ain't trying to talk. What the fuck?
I kept telling you.
CYP, did he counterpunch?
He probably did, cause you ain't read his shit right. He gonna call you and correct you. Like, keep reading, Danny. Keep reading.
I read the whole joint, and he just dropped off.
Wow.
Oh no. Yo, what up?
Oh, yo, for all you niggas in the chat, you think I don't know what I'm talking about? Ask yourself, how many times were y'all right and I was wrong? How many times did that actually happen? It don't happen. I sent Danny the message. The movie, The Great White Hope, was based off Peter McNeely and Mike Tyson. How you gonna tell me
champ, that ain't what you sent me. I can't lie. That ain't what you said. No.
So what does it say? What does it say?
It says, it literally, I'm gonna read it verbatim. It says, the film is a satire of racial preferences in boxing, and was inspired by Larry Holmes' 1982 fight with Jerry Cooney, in open parentheses, who was known as the Great White Hope, close parentheses, and Mike Tyson's 95 return fight versus Peter McNeely. So this clearly says Jerry Cooney was known as the Great White Hope.
Thank you very much. Don't. What we're not going to do is pretend like it didn't say Peter McNeely in there, as I said. I never said it didn't say Larry Holmes. I never said that. I said Peter McNeely, and it's in there. So once again, trying to prove me wrong is very fucking hard, because unlike y'all, I'm not fucking lazy. I hate being wrong more than I like being right. I hate being wrong. So I'm never going to come on there because I know what y'all going to do. Y'all do this shit all the time. Y'all love to figure out when I'm wrong. You motherfuckers better wake up early as fuck to try to think that I'm fucking wrong. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. And you know what? Matter of fact, somebody apologized to me in the chat. My feelings are hurt. See what I see out.
All right. Well.
Damn, now he emotional.
We about to have a guest. I don't know how long he going to take. See, can we get it?
Well,
in the meantime, who you got? 9-7 Trace?
I'm going to go get some more coffee when I'm about to get.
Okay. In the 973, we going out to you. It looks like I got Q and Nork. What up?
That's good, yo.
Chilling. Close that, please.
I don't really.
I don't really see how people super surprised about these numbers because I mean there was a lot of fights on, and the PBC fights wasn't the best fight. Even though the Haney, I meant the Plant fight was probably like it was a competitive good fight if you really what I mean fuck with boxing, but it still wasn't the most fun fight to watch. Like those fights on PBC was like the least entertaining fight, and it was the only fights that you had to pay for with all that boxing. So I mean, it's 75 pounds. It's kind of crazy, but I mean that's the level of fight that they gave us. So like they ain't give us no real great fights to compete with the best women's card ever and compete with Haney over there. Haney had a more entertaining fight. Like and it like I said again, it was free. They didn't give us the fight that was needed to compete on that Saturday, whatever. And to me, I don't think they tripping. I think they conceded that Saturday. Like, all right, we're gonna put this on. We're gonna get what we're gonna get and see how many views we get. You know what I mean? But it was no title fight. Like, it ain't like they tried to really put a great card on to compete with that Saturday. So, I mean, I ain't surprised about it. I ain't mad at it. It is what it is. But the one thing I will say, like, PBC got for like 3 years straight, maybe a year ago, 2 years ago, they had all the fights. Like, everybody else was not putting on great fights. They was putting on all the fights. And then I think they got too greedy or tried to, the model was working and we paying the fighters a lot. It got to the point where that shit ran out. Like, now you're trying to get too intricate and instead of just putting on the fights. Like, y'all was the ones that was making the fights. Now y'all not. And that's like you always say, everybody see Top Rank got everybody now. Like, they got all the Olympians coming up, all the young dudes, everybody that we expect to be pound for pound. When the last time TBV, you could probably answer this for me. I said TBV, I meant PBC. Who's the next great prospect that PBC got coming up that they're going to be able to really, like, shop and that they got? Because
I mean, Brandon Lee. They only got Brandon Lee, and then the Dominicans. You know, that's all the new crop they got.
Yeah, it seemed like in order to watch the future pound for pound fighters fight for the world titles and the undisputed and all of that shit, we're gonna be going through Top Rank. I mean, shit, we might appreciate that because we might get a lot of it free. Especially they rise, they come up. Like, a lot of fights, like the Tank style fights, Tank are crazy, sorry, a little different. But the kind of fights that he fought on his rise up that we paid for, we probably won't have to pay for to see Keyshawn come up and see Shakur come up. Like, so, you know, we'll see how it goes. But PBC kind of falling off. They model.
I mean, we gonna see what they do with Keyshawn because he calling out two names that ain't on his side of the street. So, you know, is they gonna make those fights for him? He want Rolly. I see him calling out Frank Martin, talking about he'll knock out Frank Martin. You know that dude on the other side of the street. That dude fighting on pay-per-view. Like, sometimes I don't be getting these call-outs. Like, call them 35-pounders out on your side. You got Comey over there, Nakatani, Loma, hella 35-pounders over there. That,
that's
like,
a fact.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's
you know what I'm saying?
Fact.
Just give us what we could get so we could just get on getting it.
I mean, I think he gonna get fed those fighters most likely. But, I mean, you don't get nothing as far as clout and shit like that for calling them out. Like, you just...
I would love that Rolly fight. I ain't gonna front. I would love the Rolly fight. I would love the Frank Martin fight. But, like, man, we ain't in that world where these dudes is friends doing business together.
I mean, to me, PBC, and it's sad because I really fucked with PBC, but they fucking it up now. Like I said, they getting too greedy, like too intricate with their matchmaking that they starting to just fuck up the momentum that they had. Because who you think really gonna get in the way of that fight? PBC gonna get in the way of that fight. Like, I don't see
Which fight
stopping Keyshawn.
Oh, hell yeah.
And Rolly. I don't see Top Rank. I don't see Top Rank stopping Keyshawn for knocking Rolly out. Keyshawn gonna whoop Rolly ass.
Yeah.
Like, I don't see Top Rank taking that opportunity away from him. Like, that's gonna be PBC that's gonna be trying to bullshit. They want to just keep putting their fighters in weak ass fights. It's weird. Like when before they was the ones making all the big fights. Like I don't know, they lost their momentum, but that's my call, man. Appreciate it.
All right. Appreciate you, champ.
Appreciate it, champ.
Listen, if you're trying to call in via Discord, you got to actually click the link. You can't just call us. We can't merge you. You got to join this call room. The link is in the live chat right here on youtube.com/The Boxing Voice, where I'm hoping that you've already subscribed and I'm hoping that you've helped us reach our goal. We're trying to get to 158,000. And only you can help us get there. We got Brandon Lenz that says, question, how many pay-per-view sales does Paul Silva do? If Jake Wiley outsells Wilder, what do you see being the reason? Jake isn't fighting on a crazy day. Actually, he is. There's 3 other major fights.
What other 3 major fights?
Bro, Jake, Loma, and another card. Who's the other card? Oh, fuck. Joseph Diaz Jr. versus William Cepeda. You got 3 fire fights on one day. 3 fire fights. Jermaine Ortiz Lomachenko. That whole card is fire. Then you got William Cepeda and Joseph Diaz Jr. That main event is fire. And then what else you got? I just said. Like, you kidding me? You got a fucking slammed weekend. It's going to be hard because we're not even going to be in the studio. We're going to be over there. I got 3 thumbnails, bro. It's 3 big live fights, Chaz, this week. Look,
that's interesting.
You don't think none of these are, well, you gonna lie now? He a fake hardcore. What you gonna say, that we shouldn't do Joseph Diaz? Like, you wasn't expecting this?
I had forgot that.
Where we're
honestly, no, I forgot all about that fight. Right?
This fight,
absolutely.
Crazy.
Shout out to Golden Boy for doing a terrible job promoting it. And then secondly, because remember, this Saturday wasn't the original fight date.
For what? No, yeah, this got pushed back.
No, it got pushed up. The scheduled one was for the following weekend.
Damn.
So, yeah, I honestly forgot all about this.
That's a fire fight. I can't miss it. I might have to get a thumbnail done for all 3 fights, and we just flipping, and we just live from ESPN, and because
the only thing I'm scared
I'm not missing that
fight. The
fight.
only thing I'm scared of, I doubt they show that fight. It's a DAZN fight.
Why won't they show it?
From my understanding, because DAZN is subscription, you gotta pay. You know, you gotta pay more than.
You mean the location we're gonna perform at?
Yeah.
So what, they only buying a pay-per-view? But I got a computer.
And the ESPN, they're gonna have the top rank card.
I got a computer. I'm gonna.
That's
watch
why
that.
most places don't show ESPN Plus as well, because for us it's what, $5-7 a month or whatever. They gotta pay, a significant amount more. Any public, any
well, I mean,
business.
In theory, you get to offer pay-per-view, you get to offer ESPN and whatever they may be showing that Saturday. So you do, get the possibility of more patrons. Looks like CYP got a 3rd one.
We got a 3rd counterpunch.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if he got it. I guess he did. I guess that was old. So he said, you still ain't answer my question. I don't know what's the fucking question, bro. Let me go back here. He said we changed the subject. What is your question? How many pay-per-views? Oh, I mean, I'm expecting it to do better than Wilder. All his pay-per-views have done decent. Is that because they said is the most selling in Arizona? So are those empty seats?
This is all still available for purchase.
So Google Jake Paul and records or breaking. Like they said they broke some records, high as something for this.
Yeah, and those prices, those ringside seats dropped like a motherfucker too. But they had ringside for $4K.
What do you see being the reason? I don't know what's the reason. I mean, Wilder and Jake Paul have 2 separate fan bases. Jake Paul built his fan base from content creation and being an entertainer. So these people are now coming out to continue to be entertained. Wilder is a true fighter, so it's a little different. I got Jaguar Paul, $5 super chat. Says, in all seriousness, Al Heyman is said to be a smart businessman. I doubt he will continue to put up with these losses. PBC is finished by 2024. We'll see. We'll see. I got Israel Ramirez, $5 super chat. Says, maybe the casual fans and some of the hardcore fans are realizing a lot of fights that are happening lately are not worth pay-per-view. We've been realized that. It's just that, we're in a rock and a hard place, We don't really have anywhere that can give us the fights that we want. So sometimes we're forced to do what we got to do to watch the fights that we do want. The best dad ever, $5 super chat. He says, people who join TBV trying to change or call themselves snitching like I won't say it to ya. Just don't mix my words up. I guess he's talking about the dude that said, LaShawn that said he said something, and he's saying I didn't say it. You switching my words up. But then he comes back, he says, for years when callers would bring up Bud and Usyk undisputed, Ness would say, they ain't fight nobody, and it was always debated. Undisputed didn't matter until Devin and Canelo got it, is what I said. I don't think that's true. I definitely said, who did Crawford beat on his run to undisputed, but I never diminished his run to undisputed. All I said is that was then. What has he done now? And that changed when he fought Porter, but that was about it. You guys were just giving him credit for being undisputed when he's no longer at 40. It's like, yeah, he undisputed at 40. So did Josh Teller. But now you're at 47. So, don't misconstrue what was going on. Like, I never diminished his undisputed run. It's just like that's all Crawford fans would talk about when the man is at a completely another division. Those belts have been, dispersed. Regis became pro. Josh became champ. They both became champ. So it's like, y'all still talking about, but he was undisputed. He was undisputed. It's like, he was. He's now a one-belt champ, and we want him to do something at 47. Walt, South Florida says, fans are getting smarter with not purchasing mismatches.
You think that to be the case?
Yeah, what you say?
I said you think that to be the case?
Yeah, I think we are. I think we are smarter. We know what's worth it and what's not, I would say.
Okay.
90 seconds.
So
any luck with that link?
He hasn't hit me yet.
Okay.
But we got James Benitez that says people more proud to steal than actually pay for the fight. More than 75,000 watched it live. Then y'all want to say, no, y'all want to shit on Wilder and PBC. Y'all problem not with PBC. Smash the like button. Oh, he said y'all the problem, not PBC.
60 seconds.
I get that,
Here's the thing,
but that's the thing. People gonna steal regardless.
And here's the thing: how many people stole, right?
A lot.
No. But here's the thing: what's a lot, right? Because
look how many people watch the fucking highlight.
Just listen. That's cool. The highlight is being pushed on social media. There's shit that from pages I don't follow that gets pushed to me. What I'm saying to you is, it ain't no different than when we talk about ticket sales. Well, they selling. Or they gave away all these comps. But guess what? Yeah, they gave away free tickets, but the motherfuckers still had to show up.
Mm-hmm. They had to come.
They
had cost gas money, flights, all that. Hotels.
I say, and I say that to say, people still
10
every day,
seconds.
Every day motherfuckers is getting robbed. You understand what I'm saying? So that being said, motherfuckers stole Canelo's fight when he fought Triple G.
Word.
You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers stole a Tank's fight when he fought Rowley in New York. Yep. You know what I'm saying? They stole the Bivol fight early in the Earl Uga. Bro, the numbers still came through. You get what I'm saying? Some people is just bigger than others. Now, the last caller just said fans is getting smarter. They not paying for mismatches. That may be the case. Because out of all the fights I just listed, I think that, this was probably the biggest pay-per-view mismatch. But yo, people were stealing every day. So if people paying for them fights and stealing them too, best believe that happened. So how many people stole? Who knows? Who knows how many people really stole? But guess what? They've been doing that. This ain't nothing new. This ain't the first fight.
Word. Totally agree. They steal every fight, bro.
Yo, this is the first time ever that I've seen like my emoji. It's pretty cool, honestly.
Oh, someone used it?
Yeah, Ruin the 504 called me the cash cow using that. It was around the time I was talking about that 10K.
With the fitted cat.
With the fitted, you know what I mean?
Don't make me put something up in your starter cat.
Oh,
yo,
shit, I could add it myself.
What you mean edit? Oh, yeah. Add it.
Yeah, add it.
Hands up. Put your damn hands up. That's everybody, man. I'm out. Nes GTO, Instagram and Twitter. We back at the Win doing our thing. They had some issues yesterday, but we back and we're going to be talking fight week. We got Loma versus Jermaine Ortiz. We got Jake versus
the Spider, Anderson Silva.
And then we got
William Cepeda versus
taking on Joseph Diaz Jr. And honestly, this is a huge fight. You got to tune in for the betting show. We got 3 major cards to definitely find ways to win, and there's always ways to win when you're rocking with TBV. Yo, Nes GTO, Instagram and Twitter. Catch us on the next one, 12 o'clock today, Pacific Standard Time. Peace.
Ringwell Danny, Instagram and Twitter. Make sure to head on over stagefrontvip.com/boxing voice to enter an amazing giveaway. Enter a chance to win 2 VIP experiences for Chocolatito Gallo Estrada 3, which includes ringside seats, VIP access to the weigh-in, autograph merch, and access to the pre-fight party from inside the Desert Diamond Arena, where the fights will be taking place. It is in the AZ Blue Club at the arena. We'll be doing a live show during the party. Eddie Hearn will be in attendance. It is a matchroom/stagefront party. We will have David Benavidez in the building, Showtime Sean Porter, Jesus Ramos, Michael Carbajal, and Ramblin' Ralph in the building as well. So head on over stagefrontvip.com/boxing voice, no THA, and sign up for that amazing giveaway. Head on over to ftwrbrand.com to get this amazing hoodie as well. We out. Catch us 12 p.m. noon.
Jonathan Ramirez with the $2 super chat. He says, that's why they wear Mexican colors. We support 100. T Sizzle says, I cop tickets to the Wilder Plant fight. Fuck pay-per-view numbers. Support the boxers you want. This episode got 200 likes, but hella super chats. Was that this? Was that the system? It is.
Okay.
All right, let's do it. Bill.
Hey.
What's up?
Man, listen, how's everybody, man? Shout out Ness, Danny, and everybody in the Boxing Voice community and everybody worldwide that'll get a chance to hear what you guys always do at keeping the fans informed with what's going on.
Bill, man, it's been a minute since we talked. What, you got some work done on your teeth? You sound like you got some work done on your teeth or something. Are you good?
No, brother. I'm just brushing my teeth this morning and enjoying the toothpaste taste. You know what I'm saying? Minty fresh. You dig? But like I said, I'm just coming by right now. I plan on coming at 12 because I want to come to the voice of the streets. You know what I mean? Of the people and employ that we get Paulie Malignaggi, Paulina Malignaggi, to put his money where his mouth is, because he been fat mouthing about Lomachenko. Well, bet something, Paulina. I want you to bet that we won't take the Lomachenko fight.
So you are willing to take the fight?
I don't want to hear that shit. I want Paulina to bet, like he said, that we won't take it.
So Devin,
he has exactly 3 hours to respond to the bet, because at 12 o'clock I'll be back on the Boxing Voice to hear him. So everybody that got his number, ring him up and say, we've been hearing you talking all that fat mouth shit. Devin Haney, Bill Haney are on the Boxing Voice at 12, and you back it up. Back it up by a bet. Don't back it up by just talk. We know, we always hear what the odds are in the Boxing Voice. We got a chance to see what Devin looked like at the weigh-in. He caught a lot of criticism, right? We also got a chance to see what he did in the fight. He did a lot of good things. So Bill Haney has been thinking about it, thinking hard about it. What do we do? How long is Devin going to have before the next fight? How long do we carry the weight? Of course, his birthday, Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's Eve, and all the holidays of the end of the year, which normally we eat, have a nice time, and enjoy the year, right? But if we have something up next year, right, then, it's something for me to think about, and especially a fight like a Lomachenko fight. But while I'm thinking, let's see if Paulina is willing to bet, like he knows boxing like the back of his hand. Well, come on, Paulina, bet something. Bet that Devin Haney will not fight Lomachenko. Give Lomachenko the opportunity that Lomachenko never gave Devin, because that's what you're begging for. Lomachenko has ducked and not fought Devin on several occasions. Now we have all the belts. Like I said again, what do you bet, Paulina? What do you bet that Bill Haney and Devin Haney aren't great for the sport of boxing and always looking to give the people what they want, the fights that they want, right? And that's where I'm at with it.
Bill, so how much do you want to bet? Is it up to him, the amount?
Yeah, tell him to make it light on himself. But if he's very convinced, then he should make a fortune.
So you're basically announcing that Devin is staying at 135.
Hey, Ness, I'm trying to get a bet right now. That's what I'm coming to the people for. I'm trying to get my money on.
So 50,000 or
listen, 50. Listen, to start at 50,000 would be a great bet. Would be a great bet that and let's see. Well, because we know the fight is worth millions, so 50,000 ain't no real money. You know what I'm saying? But it is the kind of money that a guy will either shut up or put up. Amen.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
BH, I want to ask first and foremost, first time speaking to you since the fight, so congratulations. On that, gotta ask, will you guys be in New York this weekend?
Maybe. I'm going to Puerto Rico. I'm going to Puerto Rico for the WBO convention, right? So I'll be out there because Ness, we both know what kinds of things happen at the conventions. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to pop in, say hello to everyone out in Puerto Rico, and do my best to represent Devin and the brand.
We're actually going to the WBC November 5th through the 8th. 11th. Are you?
I'll be there. I'll be there as well because being a champion means being very conscious of your mandatories, conscious of the fighters that come behind us, and we don't represent the franchise. I believe that Devin is the only man that has won the franchise, but the only man that will not use the
status.
Use the status to get out of any fight with anyone, right? I think Paulina mentioned something about they tried to make the fight because of the stragglers or the guys that they don't feel that's deserving. Well, in boxing, everybody is deserving that gets to the position, right? All these guys work hard, and sometimes their profiles don't call for it, but their boxing does. And we represent that, and we want the other fighters that when they're in the position to challenge, no matter what, no matter how big the public thinks that the fight is, I think you must restore the dignity back to boxing and give the best fighters the chance and not the most popular fighters. Amen.
Totally agree, Bill. Totally agree. I'm actually, I was trying to make a great moment in TBV history. I'm communicating with Paulie. He's in Italy. He's not free, but yeah, I'm down to hear Bill's bet. Just let me know.
No, tell him to start at 50,000 right now and make it light on himself. Yes or no? We don't want to hear none of that Italy bullshit, right? Listen, let me tell you one thing about Paulie.
He said 5 minutes. He's gonna get to a hotel lobby where it's a bit quieter.
Absolutely. And the one thing about Paulie is he have time. You know what I mean? Talking about 5 minutes. Listen, he's fired, retired, and a liar. Oh, no, let me start off. He's retired, fired, and a liar. You dig what I'm saying? And 5 minutes can't happen soon enough.
So what exactly is he lying about? He's lying about insinuating that you won't take the fight, or did he lie specifically about something?
Well, he lied about us not being in the position, right, to challenge Lomachenko. He lied about us not wanting to fight with Lomachenko. He lied about the franchise status. We listen, we took the belt off of Kambosos, examined it, took a look at it. It has top-ranked logos all over it. It doesn't represent the belts that Sugar Ray had, the belts that Floyd Mayweather had. I mean, it's not even the status that Floyd Mayweather had or exhumed in that belt. You know.
For sure, Bill. So what's the timeline for Devin in the Loma fight? And are you guys going to be present this Saturday for the Loma fight?
Like I said, maybe. First, let me see what let me get this bet on. See, I don't want to say what we doing and how we doing it, because it's somebody out there that claims to know the boxing like the back of their hand, and they know everything that I'm gonna do. So let him come on here and tell me what I'm gonna do.
Absolutely, man. So, do you know if Devin has interest on being at the fight Saturday night, and has Top Rank showed any interest? Have they sent you, travel plans? Have they asked you, did you want, or did Devin want to be there to witness Loma's fight?
He's always invited to all the fights. It's it's a time where right now he's of course, traveling, and he had a few doctor's appointments to make sure everything is working right and not just sore from that tremendous fight he participated down there in Australia.
How would you grade his performance yourself after obviously coming back and, being able to watch it on television? If you have, what did you think of your son's performance?
A B+.
Why not A?
It's just some things that we're working on that I would have liked to seen, and then it would have been an A, because I know that he can do it. He showed it inside the gym, and it's just he's a tremendous fighter. He's a young fighter, and special by every means, both inside and outside the ring, and it's just an A is hard to get.
BH loves to say that all phrases in life are true, and they say that don't judge a book by its cover, and looks can be deceiving. I know, despite the performance, you must have seen the comments regarding the way Devin looked at the way, and some people felt that he looked a bit dry, maybe a bit sucked in. He came in under, didn't have to drop draws, nothing like that. But just wanted your thoughts on that.
Oh, absolutely. Listen, we listen to the people. We're unlike a lot of guys that openly admit that we listen to the people, and the people are the ones that control the narrative with us. Of course, you've got a chance to see what Devin does for the sport. He's never missed weight, what his dedication is, and I was proud of him. You know what I mean? I was proud of him to make the weight again in the way that he does it, regardless of how he looks. That's just the nature of the business. Everyone, when they get on the scale, doesn't look like they do when the fight happens. So, of course, we have a lot of decisions to make as far as a trainer and manager of Dev, that's separate from him as the fighter.
Bill, let me interrupt. I think I might have connected Paulie. Paulie, you there?
What's up, guys? What are you doing?
Bill, can you hear him?
Yeah, I can hear him.
Well, there you go. You guys take it away.
Hey, so my guy, so you seem to think that you know you have all the answers about what I'm going to do. So won't you put your money behind your mouth because you know you keep running it, and let's bet something.
He said, "What do you got, Bill? You can't hear him, or you can hear him?"
Yeah, I can hear you. What you want to bet? We loaded over here, so let's make it sweet.
Bill, you hear him or no?
No, I don't hear him saying anything.
Okay, go ahead, Paulie.
I said, I'm not the one calling about the bet. You got the bet? What do you want?
Bet 100,000.
What do you want to bet?
Bet 100,000.
100,000. I'm not betting 100,000. I'm not betting. No, I'm not putting no money. I'm not putting no money on 100,000 on anybody I don't know. So I'm not putting 100,000.
Shut the fuck up, then.
Listen, bro. One second.
Listen. If it was so sure, you know, like the back of your hand. Or let me ask you this: do you have 100,000?
What are we betting on first? What are we betting on first? First and foremost, what are we betting on?
You said that we wouldn't take the Lomachenko fight. You said that I'm scared to take it.
You're gonna bet me 100,000 into taking the Lomachenko fight.
Hold on. You just
gonna let me talk. Now you're gonna let me talk. Bro. Bill, now you're gonna let me talk. You want to bet 100,000 for taking a Lomachenko fight? My man, Lomachenko will beat your son's ass. You understand me? You want to bet 100,000 on taking the fight? Bet 100,000 on your son wins the fight. Okay? Forget about taking the fight. Bet 100,000 on your son wins the fight. You got no balls to do that. Bet 100,000 on your son wins the fight. You want to bet me that your son will take the fight? I would give your son credit for taking the fight. I was ready to give your son credit for taking that fight. I was ready to give your son credit if he took the fight. And I'm on the record as saying if he even takes the fight, I'll give him a ton of respect. But he shouldn't even be after my respect. He should be after what's best for him. I'm on the record as saying that. All right. You want to bet 100,000 for taking the fight? I would have given your son credit for even taking the fight. Even if he took an L, I would have took 100. I would have given him credit for it. For taking the fight. Okay. Because like I said, I know he's in a position not to even have to take the fight. Okay. So I would have given him credit, and I'm on the record as saying that. Okay. I stand by my words.
Are you finished?
Are you guys even hearing me on the other side? Are you guys even hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
We hear you.
I'm being very polite and letting you speak. I can hear you. Now are you ready? Now are you finished?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. So you said you know the boxing business like the back of your hand, and I'm gonna tell you, we've been on Lomachenko's ass more than 2 occasions. 2 or 3 occasions. You've talked about the franchise belt. You, Mauricio Suleiman, all of you, right? We ended up beating George Kambosos and took that motherfucking franchise belt off of him. We did not apply for it. When we got the franchise belt, let me ask you this. Out of all the belts that you have you ever had a WBC belt?
I have not, no. But the WBC franchise title works the same way as the WBA super title in its original form, which is that they just hand it out to avoid mandatories. I don't agree with the system, Bill. I'm telling you how the system works. I don't agree with the system. I never agreed with the system. I preferred the WBC and WBA titles to stand uniform as they were before, okay? But I didn't make the rules. But under those rules, you guys also have to understand, why not, if you want to fight Lomachenko, do not accept those terms and go try to make the fight. Here's the thing, though, Bill. Here's the thing. At the time, the best lightweight fight to be possibly made was Lomachenko and Teofimo Lopez, and that's why the WBC started creating these stipulations for Lomachenko. Okay, at the time, your son was an up-and-coming prospect, and your son is a prospect that should have been merited his respect. But at the time, if Lomachenko Haney is made instead of Lomachenko and Teofimo Lopez, everybody's gonna shit on it. Everybody wants to make the best fight possible in the weight class. Which now is Haney and Lomachenko. But at the time, all this hullabaloo, all this BS with this franchise title was created by them. And again, I don't agree with that. I never agree with these other titles. It was created because the best fight in the lightweight division at the time was Lomachenko Teofimo, and that's the way they had to make it. Now, I'm not saying I agree with it.
That's not the question I asked you. I asked you, had you ever had a WBC belt? And listen, have you ever been franchise champion? No. So you don't.
I already said I have not.
But we have the franchise belt. We have the franchise belt at home. And on the franchise belt, have you ever known for a promoter's logo, name, or anything? Have you ever seen Don King on a belt? Have you ever seen Frank Warren on a belt. Have you ever seen Golden Boy on a belt? Any promoter on a belt?
None of them at all, no.
No, not on the metal. Well, on the franchise belt, you have Top Rank on the belt. So what super belt has a promoter on the belt?
Yo, Bill, you know what? You're right there, man. Again, this is the politics. I mean, like I said, I never defended the super and franchise titles. I just, I just go by how they work. But you know what, bro? Like, I'm not gonna defend them now. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you how they work, but I'm not gonna defend them now. So you gave me even less reason to defend them. Listen, I'm not defending those stipulations, but I never defended those stipulations. I'm not here to defend the sanctioning bodies because they make the rules up as they go along. But I'm just telling you that the reason they did what they did was because in boxing, the best fight in the weight class is always the one that's sought after. At the time, the best fight at the weight class was Lomachenko and Teofimo Lopez, and that's why they had to put your son aside, regardless of the fact that, in my opinion, your son wasn't ready at the time. In my opinion,
what you're saying is that now that it becomes not the best fighter, but the most popular fighter, right? That then because you
at the time
you made okay. Would you like to talk?
Time it was Lomachenko. A lot of time Lomachenko had 3 belts until Teofimo had 1 belt, right? So it was really.
You interrupted me. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Bill. Go ahead. I don't want to cut you off. Go ahead.
You said about Devin was not deserving of the fight with Lomachenko, although he was in a position to fight Lomachenko because the world, maybe Top Rank, maybe you and Loma felt that it was a better fight with Teofimo Lopez. Only thing that I said that we were deserving, sir. I could never say what's a better of another man, especially these modern day warriors that get in the ring and sacrifice their complete life for. I can never say that this fight, this one is better than this one, even when one is more deserving. Devin was in the position where he was going to fight Luke Campbell for the vacant belt. I did a deal with Eddie Hearn for that fight to happen because Luke Campbell was with Eddie Hearn. Top Rank then petitioned, and this never happens, where another belt holder from another sanctioning body petitions to fight for a vacant belt. Have you ever known that to happen, sir? Top Rank?
No, I haven't. No, I haven't. And like I said, the politics of this game, I don't agree with any of them, bro. So again, with what you're telling me, it doesn't surprise me. I don't agree with any of them. Okay, I'm not here to defend the politics, though, Bill. That's the thing, man. And here's another thing you gotta understand. The best fight in the lightweight division was Lomachenko and Lopez at the time, but that didn't mean your son wasn't a solid prospect. I just didn't like the fact that you guys made like the best fight in the weight class shouldn't happen because Devin should have got the fight and everybody ducked him because of that. Like, that's not a duck. Like, if Errol Spence doesn't fight Jaron Ennis because that's his mandatory and instead wants to fight Bud Crawford, like, that's not a duck of Jaron Ennis, even though Jaron is a terrific fighter. That's just trying to make the best fight in the weight class, which obviously still isn't getting made. But nonetheless, like, that's the same concept here. You know what I'm trying to bring out. Haney may be ready, just like Jaron was ready, just like Jaron is ready to fight for the title. But like the way the business is structured, you're not gonna do away with the best fight the weight class has to offer to give somebody else a shot. You know what I'm saying? Even though that other guy giving the shot is a good fighter. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know how that works, bro. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, and I'm not telling you that, and I never said your son wasn't a good fighter, bro. Your son is a good fighter. It's just, it's the way the shit works, man. You know, it's and you guys know that. You know that. And obviously you got to do what you got to do to put your guys in position, yourselves in the right position to get the shot. And in the end, you guys got the shot and beat Kambosos, and you are, like I said, now I don't doubt it. Like, I go around telling everybody Gervonta's belt is fake. You know what I mean? Just like I was doing them before with your son. You know what I mean? Like, I keep the same energy with the stipulations and rules. Like, nobody's gonna tell me that your son doesn't have all the lightweight belts right now. You know what I mean? Nobody, no matter what other crackerjack box belt these other guys got. So it's the same thing. I keep the same energy no matter what, but it's got to be done the same way. And of course, it doesn't help that the sanctioning bodies change the rules up as we go along. That doesn't help. It doesn't help my cause that I'm trying to keep a principled outlook here.
Let's just stay focused on what actually happened, because that's what you put up. The title was Fraud Alert, and William Haney and Bill Haney. So I don't want to venture off into Boots Ennis and Earl Spence and all those other guys, because then it can derail what our main agenda is to bring light to the people what actually happened. So by Devin being in the WBC tournament, that Teofimo Lopez, Devin, Zaur Abdullayev, and Javier Fortuna was in. That tournament was to fight for the vacant belt against Luke Campbell. Teofimo Lopez got out of the tournament and said that he was going to go another route, although it was mandated by the WBC. And that's a notorious thing that he said that he was going to go. Why go the harder route and stay in the WBC? So as Loma
Is that when he fought Comey?
No, he fought Nakatani. He left and fought Nakatani.
Okay.
He left the tournament and fought Nakatani, and then he fought Richard Comey. And Lomachenko was in his longest layover. Even the war hasn't kept him out of the ring longer than he was out of the ring, quote unquote, waiting for Teofimo Lopez ducking Devin Haney. It was over maybe a year or something like that we were in a position where we were the interim champion. We were the interim champion. We went down and I sent a representative down to the WBC convention that Ness was there, Carl Moretti, my good guy, John Hornhuer, right? And what you got to understand is, Paulie, we have a promotional company and we've been going to these conventions, forever. And like I'm going to the WBO convention later today. We went to the convention, and during the convention, the people must know is when you get to the convention, you know what the pertinent business is at hand, right? And we got there, and Lomachenko, this franchise stuff, we were coming to the fight to ask the WBC to mandate that fight. And when we got to the convention, right? We heard of this franchise status, and everyone was laughing and joking about it and all that, as if it was just okay to duck. It was okay to duck, and the world wasn't going to know that he was ducking, right? But it took for us to beat George Kambosos to actually get the duck belt, right? We have it. I haven't thrown it in the trash. We didn't carry it to the ring. We don't exercise the status of it, but we have it. To let the people know that the guys that don't want the fights to happen with the people that's most deserving will take that status, right? And that's just not what being 23 represents. So what I'm saying to you is we can double the bet. If you bet the same thing that Devin won't take the fight, and bet the same thing that he will lose the fight. How about that?
Mm-hmm. No, because then you're covered. Then you're covered if you lose the fight. No, I'm not doing that. You're covered if you lose the fight, bro. Because you can also take the fight and also pull out of it. You can do a lot of things. Let me just give my 2 cents before we continue with that part of the conversation. My 2 cents is this, okay? Everything is also perception. Again, it can be looked at as a duck. I know you don't want to talk about the Spence and Joanna situation because we're going to lose focus on it. But in reality, it's a logical example because again, it's not a duck if somebody is looking to make a bigger fight in the weight class. And in terms of deserving, a unification is always taking precedence over the mandatory. A unification is always more important, and unification is always going to take precedence over it. Now, just because the WBC wanted to take an extra sanctioning fee, so they cleared this franchise belt. Yeah, exactly. But just because the WBC is going to take an extra sanctioning fee by saying, hey, you know what, just like the WBA does now, where you can say, hey, you know, we can take 2 world titles in one weight class and we can take 2 sanctioning fees. And just because they want to do that doesn't make it right either. You know what I'm saying? Like the WBC had to make a choice there. Either they're going to make Haney the mandatory and fight Lomachenko next, or they're going to disallow the mandatory in favor of the unification fight, which tends to happen, and then not allow Haney to take a secondary belt. Instead, what they did, you know what? They said, you know what? We're going to be greedy. We're going to take 2 sanctioning fees, so we're going to do both. We're going to give Haney a world title, and we're going to franchise Lomachenko so he can make the unification with Lopez. So I'm not going to defend that action either, Bill. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going to defend the WBC's action. I'm here translating it for everybody. A duck is a really strong word to use when you're trying to make a bigger fight. You know what I'm saying? But of course, from your perspective, you have the right to be agitated about it. It's the politics of the game. Fucking of course, man. You have the right to be agitated about it and state your case too. But a duck is an awfully strong word to use when you're making a bigger fight in respect to that. Because again, a unification is always going to take precedence over the mandatory. We've seen that in the past. It's just that they don't always have to make another belt and give both guys a belt in the process.
Okay, so what you had was being described as the four kings, the four young kings of boxing. You had Gervonta Davis, you have Ryan Garcia, you had Devin Haney, and Teofimo Lopez, the four kings, and you have the long-standing, very successful, very talented Lomachenko as the fifth person, the veteran, so to speak. None of these four guys had any major belt in the lightweight division at this particular time when they were being described, and it was which four kings would make it to the top. Unfortunately for Lomachenko, if you believe that that Teofimo Lopez was the best fight, he didn't win it. When he picked one of the kings, right? He could have picked Ryan, he could have picked Devin, he could have picked Tank. He
The
picked
distinction was there.
one.
I don't.
Excuse me.
Yeah, of course, but I don't think Lomachenko was after a particular person. He was after unifying the title.
Let me be quiet while you interrupt me. Go ahead.
No, Bill, go ahead. I'm just telling you why Lopez was chosen, because you're taking it out of context. You're taking it out of context. Lopez was chosen because of the IBF title. That's the only reason Lopez was chosen. That's it. Go ahead.
Okay. So as one of the four kings, it's a notorious video of Teofimo Lopez and Devin Haney both believing that the first one to get to Lomachenko was going to win the fight. Like I said, unfortunately, for Lomachenko and the Lomachenko fans that wanted him to accomplish the dream of undisputed, he was derailed by the first king that he ran into, which was Teofimo Lopez. Teofimo Lopez then ran into the emperor, who was, I guess he emerged as an emperor and not a king. Teofimo loses to him. Ryan Garcia moves up. Gervonta Davis opts to remain an attraction, and it left with Devin Haney. And Devin beat George Kambosos not once but twice down there in Australia. And it was a fight that was available for Lomachenko, but he went to the war. But the war is still going on, and I don't know. For all intent and purposes, I want to say that he ducked going down there and doing that shit twice after seeing the ass whipping that George Kambosos put on Teofimo Lopez. And George and his gym are hell of a guys, man. They offered Teofimo a rematch right there in the ring. So with us, we felt that it was the same thing, right? We know that it was a lopsided performance the first time, and we knew that we'd catch flack for going down there, but the guy had actually offered Teofimo a rematch right after the fight. So going into the negotiations, I negotiated and I said, okay, that's what you want. I talked to Dev. Dev said, give him the one-way rematch clause, right? So I say all this to say that I don't believe that you believe that we won't take the fight. After talking to you, I think that you did a lot of antagonizing, unnecessary antagonizing. You've also you spoke to Devin's character, which was out of line. You as a professional and you as being in this sport of boxing.
He put on Twitter that I could suck his dick. So I mean, that kind of put it. That's only the only time I started speaking a little bit more after that. But yes, go ahead.
Oh, he got it from you. He got it from you and fighters like you that were very outspoken about guys being in their business that didn't understand the full spectrum of the business, right? You can say what you think, but Paulie, the only person that knows your business is you. So anytime anyone got in your business or said something, you were very outspoken, on down to even you as a retired fighter. So that's just the price that we get. We can't, when we get in someone's business, the penalty for getting in it, we can't choose the penalty as well. But I also can say, excuse, my son for certain language that he uses that's not appropriate towards other men. You know what I'm saying? And inviting you to his private part is something that he said out of frustration and not actually him being the person that he is.
I'll let you finish now. I'm gonna go, Bill. And first and foremost, I think we agree on almost most of what you said here. I think we agree on most of what you said here. One thing I don't agree with is Lomachenko was scared of Kambosos. Lomachenko had the fight signed after Kambosos already beat Teofimo. They announced it. Egas Klimas announced it, and then he went off to the war. So I think we disagree on that. But for the most part, we agree on a lot of it. Also, in terms of your son saying that, I mean, bro, like I said, you said, I mean, I was the same way. I'm not going to have a problem because I know I don't take stuff like that personally. I think that a young fighter is supposed to want to, be up out of his skin, jumping at every opportunity to, return trash talk and do all that. I don't even take that personal. But of course, you got to also go with the back and forth once that kind of starts. You know what I'm saying? So once that kind of starts, you got to also, like you said, it's not about the punishment. It's more so the banter. You're going to return banter back and forth. Personally, man, I think this brought a lot of attention to the fight. So if the fight gets made, personally, I think it brought a lot of attention. If it doesn't get made, I'll be right. If it gets made, we'll see if I'm right. If Dev beats Lomachenko, but ultimately, like I said, I think in closing, I never called your son a bad fighter, so I don't want you to ever think I thought your son was a bad fighter. I just thought your son was a good fighter, not yet ready for the title, but he would be ready for the title. But he was trying to make like he was ready for the title before he was ready for the title. And honestly speaking, with your son now being the undisputed lightweight champion, he showed that his time was going to come. And now, like I said, I mean, now, do you take the Lomachenko fight? Do you not take the Lomachenko fight? You have a lot of options. And honestly speaking, again, I mean, it's an in-house personal business type of decision that, yeah, if somebody speaks on other people's business and they're not, and they're wrong, or they're not, they don't know it as much as the inside, sure. I mean, you have a right to defend yourself and whatnot. But I think ultimately, if this fight gets made, I think there's a bigger part of boxing that's interested in this fight because of what we've just discussed and what's been being discussed throughout this whole thing. And also, WBC confusing things didn't help either.
Bill, let me just jump in real quick because
because he's about to leave. Hold on a second. Let me ask a question. So, were you one of the ones that were concerned about the way that Devin looked on the scale, Paulie, or were you the ones that was happy? One of the ones that was happy about it?
I wasn't really concerned or happy. I wasn't really thinking about it. Honestly, to tell you the truth, I didn't watch I didn't even see the weigh-in. I see the fights, and your son fought two great fights with Kambosos. And bro, I've said it in the past. I think your son's boxing style reminds me of the style that I fought in some ways, where he uses his natural athletic ability to simplify the fight as much as possible. And unless somebody complicates his life, he will win in a simple fashion. And that's sort of the same approach that I took. You know what I'm saying? Like I wasn't going to complicate my life if I didn't have to. I could beat you with speed, and I could beat you with a jab, and I could beat you with counterpunching and legs. And that's I see Devin with a lot of that. Well, obviously, no two fighters are exactly alike, but I see Devin with a lot of that. So like I said, I would never, and I'm not on the record ever as saying that Devin Haney's a bad fighter. I just, like I said, things came around to where his time was going to come, and it came. It just wasn't his time at the time. But I still think I'll be honest with you, man, I don't think he can beat Lomachenko, but only you guys know on the inside how you feel about the fight, how you feel about the weight, and how you feel business wise, because again, it's a lot easier to move up in weight as the undisputed lightweight champion that vacated the titles than it is to move up in weight as a former undisputed champion with an L. So, there's pros and cons to everything. If you feel like you're going to beat Lomachenko and not beat Lomachenko, that's between you and your son.
Paulie, he did drop off, but I do want to just ask one question. Like, what do you not feel...
Did he drop off on purpose, or did he was tired of the convo, or did he drop off because he lost the one?
I think he dropped off due to internet, but I'll let you go. Okay. I just want to ask one thing. Like, don't you respect him more because of the similarities, the lack of punching power, going to another country to win a world title? Like, don't you feel attached to Devin because of that?
I did that too. My second world title, I went to a foreign country and I won the title. I see a lot of that. But I can like a fighter, and in this case, I don't like or dislike. You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. In this case, I don't like or dislike Devin. You know what I'm saying? Honestly, I'm kind of neutral about it. I've taken a liking to Lomachenko due to the fun fights that he's given and things I've seen him accomplish since the amateurs. But in reality, I don't have a like or dislike for Devin Haney. Yeah, there's a respect for doing what he did. I've never, no, like, I don't know, like, it feels like, I gave the example of when I liked Arturo Gatti, right? He was always my favorite fighter. But I went to Atlantic City against Mayweather, knowing he was going to get his ass kicked. You know what I'm saying? Like, me liking or disliking you has nothing to do with the way I feel, if I feel you're going to win a fight or not. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't put my emotions into my analysis. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then if I'm wrong in the analysis, bro, I go and tell you I'm wrong. If I'm right, I'll go and tell you I'm right. And I'll go tell you why I was right, or I'll go and tell you why I was wrong, because I can break it down the way it is and the way it happens once it happens. But honestly, it wasn't personal. And honestly, as a 23-year-old kid, I never took it personal either when he put out that tweet. But I did think that the banter created was only going to hype things up more. Because honestly, I was always a good trash talker when I fought. Obviously, I'm not going to get into the back and forth like I'm fighting Devin, because obviously I'm not a fighter anymore. But I think the back and forth has attracted more attention to the potential fight and to the careers of Haney and Lomachenko in general.
Paulie, a couple months ago, we had a beautiful conversation where you disagreed very passionately with Nestor and I when we told you that Devin would 10-2 George Kambosos in that first fight. That being said, Devin beats Loma. Is there anything that you can then say?
I'm dead wrong. I never thought Devin wasn't a better boxer than Kambosos. I just thought that going to Australia and it would be a tough fight going to Australia. You know what I'm saying? And for a young kid, but I don't really ever think I thought Kambosos' style was a problem for Devin. But of course, being in a foreign country, you're going to deal with a lot of bull crap. And I remember going to Ukraine and they were dealing with bull crap even at the gloving table and all that other crap. You know what I'm saying? So I can remember like that. I wasn't sure how a 23-year-old kid or a 22-year-old kid at the time, however old he was going to deal with that. You know, but I never doubted Devin's talent. I just maybe doubted the moment might have been too much for him at the time in his life. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, he did that honestly in the rematch. Once I saw that fight, bro, I knew the rematch was going to be the same. You know what I mean? Like once I saw that, I was like, okay, that didn't bother him at all. And you know, he's clearly more talented than Kambosos. And I also could tell that Kambosos is who he is, and there's no way he can make any possible adjustments.
Paulie, I know you're busy and in vacation in Italy, but I don't think anyone's ever given you the opportunity to talk about your side. And since I got you, if you feel up to it, if you're busy, it's all good. But, you know, you get some shit on the internet because somebody or some people like to say that you said, and I'm quoting the internet, I want you to tell us what you actually said, but they're basically saying that you said the era of the black fighter is over. It's the era of the European fighter. So I defend you. You.
That was a bit out of context, you know, because also you gotta understand when I did that interview, like it wasn't something we stayed on. Like it was just like, it was something I said. There was no follow-up question, and the interviewer wanted to move on to other subject matters. I think he wanted to talk about Deontay Wilder and other subject matters. So I said that, and then there was not really a follow-up. I didn't feel like there was a need to explain myself. Like I didn't think it was going to be that complicated of a touching matter when I said it, and I think I just started answering whatever other questions he had for me. But yeah, and now getting to say it, the reason I said that is this. All of boxing history, the Eastern Europeans have been in communism until 1990. Okay, so you never saw them. All of boxing history doesn't include them, yet they've always had a great amateur boxing system. Since 1990, they've been allowed to turn pro, but not all of them have turned pro, because some of them are still stuck with the same cultural thing of staying in the amateurs, especially the first 10 years after communism. So a lot of them still stayed in the amateurs even up until 2000, 2005. I can remember guys like Oleg Saitov winning a gold medal or even 2 gold medals at welterweight and never turning pro. I can remember Gaidarebekov who beat Gennady Golovkin in the Olympic finals, never turned pro. There was certain guys, even the culture still kind of kept them in the amateurs, even though they were allowed to turn pro. But the ones that were turning pro were being pretty dominant. So I was saying they're an ascending culture because you're going to see more and more of them at the top of the sport as they start to more and more turn pro. That never meant that blacks are going to suddenly disappear from boxing. Like that would be moronic to think that. But nonetheless, they are now the ascending culture. They are the culture that's coming up the ladder as the one to fear when you catch them in your weight class. You know what I'm saying? And maybe there's probably not as many as there are African American or black fighters in general, because a lot of them also go to MMA. You know, there are a lot of the Eastern Europeans also dominate MMA. They don't just dominate in boxing. But of course, that doesn't mean you're now going to eliminate the Hispanics and African Americans or blacks, because, you know, there's black fighters from England too. That doesn't mean you're just going to eliminate them from the conversation just because now the Eastern Europeans arrived. But I'll tell you this way: if you got an Eastern European in your weight class, the odds are he's going to beat your ass. You know what I'm saying? That's usually going to be the best guy. Usually, not every time, but usually. You know what I'm saying? That's usually how it's going to work.
Paulie, we got Bill back.
Bullshit, Paulie. You know, stop.
Bill, you came in mid comment. Come on, Bill. Go ahead. Give me your take.
Stop that bullshit. You're not gonna bet nothing on it. So stop it. You just giving your fucking opinion, and opinions are like assholes. Everybody got one. And unfortunately, you want to bet Lomachenko versus Haney? Once again, you trying to interrupt me, but I'm saying this. Listen, I got time and I got patience, but sometimes I don't have a lot of juice on my phone, so I put it on the charger, right? But listen to this, Paulie, is that you got to put some money behind. You have a podcast, right? And you're using your podcast to rally up and race bait. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't want somebody to ask you those questions and they're out of context, but you have a 20-year-old Devin that you keep bringing up this shit about race, man. Ain't nobody talking about race. Losing to white people, winning with white people. Bro, can't we just stop it? You're too old for that shit, man.
Those statements that I made. That's why I was having this conversation, Bill. I didn't just bring this up out of nowhere. I was Nestor asked me to address those comments, so that's why we were discussing this, Bill.
Yeah, but they were out of context. They were out of context. You use them out of context. You don't think that they were appropriate, right? And you're old as me. You know what I'm saying? And Devin is young, right? And he made some statements, but you're the only European person that keeps bringing the shit up, like race baiting. And I'm saying you're a fighter, so you know trash talk, right? You've been trash talking for a long time, but that doesn't mean trash talking. You're trying to be racist, man. You know what I'm saying? And I don't feel that.
But let me tell you one thing, though. Bill, it sells, though. It sells. It gets the most comments, doesn't it, though? It gets the most comments. Whether we agree with it or not, that gets the most comments. That gets people hooked on the internet. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you bring that up, and I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but it's the most marketed selling point. Go ahead.
What Adrien Broner did to you, that's Adrien Broner. We don't feel that way. You know what I'm saying? You guys had a fight. I was there and I seen you guys fight, and I knew, and I saw in the back when Adrien Broner said the stuff. You remember me sitting there with you? I was sitting there with you, and you had all your guys there. That was me. I was sitting there talking to you, right? And I was telling you that it's not worth it because Adrien was on there talking on the during the press conference, and you were in there during this press conference ready to bum rush it. And I was the man that was talking to you with the level head because you had a bunch of guys with you that was ready to tear shit up. Do you remember that?
I wish I did, man. I was so up in my head at that time, man. I didn't, man. I wish I did remember this because I obviously, looking back, I appreciate that somebody like that did tell me that because I would have messed up the whole fight and it would have messed up everything. Because, ultimately, it was better off that we fought than we didn't fight. Me and Adrien, made it better off that we fought in the ring.
No, this was after you guys fought. You came to his press conference, huh?
Oh, yeah. I can remember somebody. Yeah. I can remember somebody. Yeah. Now I'm remembering. Yeah. I'm vaguely remembering that there was some. Bill, you just hit me. Bill, Bill. Yeah, there was the guy with the Cincinnati Reds hat who said something to me, and I lost my mind or something. Oh man.
And I said no. Because the guy from the Cincinnati Reds was from Adrien Broner's team, but you were in his press conference. You were standing in the back, and I told you, and you had all the guys with you, and I told you, I said, man, it ain't worth it, Paulie. It ain't worth it. What he said to you guys are fighters. The fight is over with. You know what I mean? And you guys got a lot to be proud about.
You're right, man. I remember now. Yeah, I was thinking before the fight. I couldn't remember, but yeah, after the fight, I remember. Okay,
Yeah,
I
so
appreciate that, Bill. Looking back, I appreciate you, man. I appreciate that.
So Devin Haney, Lomachenko.
The bet.
What's the bet?
What's the bet, man? I'm not gonna. I don't. Now you got me on the spot. I mean, what do you? You got me like half rooting for Devin now.
Bill
You know, like.
suggested. So Paulie,
I think
before
the
you
fair
call
bet.
What do you want me to?
No,
you want me
I
to
think,
bet that? You want me to bet that I never do Paulie TV again? What do you want me to do? You want me to
Oh!
bet that I'll give up the channel?
Oh shit!
But not.
No, Pro-Box.
No, but here's the thing. I don't want to bet. I don't want to root against Devin in the fight. I want to see the best fight possible. But bro, if I gotta put up the Paulie TV channel, then it's gonna make me root for Lomachenko. You know what I'm saying? Like I'd rather just watch the fight and see the fight. You know what I'm saying? I want the fight to happen. But especially now that Bill just told me this history we have together. Like I don't want to root against his son like that. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know, man. I mean, hey, you guys, if you want me to put up Paulie TV. I mean, we'll put up Paulie TV, or do I have to give? Or do I have to give? I don't know. If I keep it, I got to give Devin a certain amount of airtime on Paulie TV every year.
Hold on. If Devin beats Lomachenko, you got to change your profile picture to Devin for a whole year.
Damn, for a whole year. Wait, Bill dropped off. He must. Oh, he's back. He's back. He got another call. Bill. So what you gonna make the bet, Bill? What you gonna make the bet?
Well, let me say I have to value the Paulie TV at what's the projection of Paulie TV and what's that worth?
Now, honestly, Paulie.
What I'm putting up, that's not.
Honestly, Paulie's doing his thing. I ain't gonna front. Paulie's doing his thing, and he's gaining traction at a fast pace compared to other content creators. Obviously, you got to credit that being him, a professional fighter. But just put him in comparison with Sean Porter. Who people may argue that is more accomplished as a pro. They got about the same amount of subs if Paulie's not past him.
Mm-hmm.
So trajectory-wise, he's got a good channel, and it should continue to grow.
Listen,
I mean, what do you guys want me to do? You guys want me to?
Paul, you have a great channel. You're reaching out to the people. You're working really hard. You know what I'm saying? And it's going to be big things that's going to happen to you, just like they've happened to you your whole life. I mean, you guys, Devin, Tank and all them. I mean, Adrien Broner, you guys are special, man. And things have happened for you your entire fucking life. I understand that. I know that. You see what I'm saying? But what you've used your platform to do and discredit us, right? For us being in a position of boxing, and you've not seen Devin on the scale, right? And then know what a tough decision it takes for me to make to continue fighting him at 135, sir.
Listen, Bill, I wouldn't have had the issue if the duck thing hadn't been pushed so much, bro. You know what I mean? Like that was my thing. And like I explained to you, a duck is a strong word to use when you're trying to make the best fight the lightweight division has to offer. And Devin wasn't a part of that at the time. So use the word duck is awfully difficult. But from the flip side, if that hadn't been worked, I mean, dude, this is common sense. Your son has trouble making weight, man. I didn't want to move up to the welterweight division, bro. Shit, I was always a small welterweight, but at a certain point, I had to, man. No matter what I wanted to do, right? So I mean, you guys know better than me about that whole weight class situation and all of that, and you guys know what's best for yourselves. And honestly, bro, like, I don't want to be put in a position after what you just told me after the Adrien Broner fight that we have that history that I'm rooting against your son. Not that I'm saying that doesn't make me dislike Lomachenko, doesn't make me like Haney. It makes me want to see the fight, but I don't. If you're gonna put me, I mean, go ahead. I mean, you call it. You know what I mean? We got on the phone. You call it. What do you think? Because honestly, if what you're saying is if you're angling to what I think you're angling at, it's not worth it for Devin to fight at lightweight anymore. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm feeling like you're angling at. That's the angle I feel like you're taking here.
No,
for the weight, of course.
Listen, what you said was that Lomachenko had options. What you said, Teofimo Lopez had options. Devin has the undisputed title, something that, a lot of guys, including Lomachenko, has dreamed about, and Devin is not making the decision right now in terms of what the next move is. I'm making the decision. And one thing that stood out to me was when you did the public service announcement was that you knew exactly what I was doing, and you knew exactly what the next move, and you knew it for sure. So that's what gave me the conclusion. I said, well, bet something. If you know something that's for sure about it, then bet it, you know. But of course you answered and you says that you didn't want to bet that, you don't know for sure. And that was what we were getting at. I didn't never say that it was yay or nay. You know, I'm still weighing the options, right? I'm still as the business behind the Devin Haney brand, you know, considering, you know, what Devin's next move is going to be. As a trainer, I'm looking at him and his weight. I'm looking at what we have to go through during the holidays, you know, and then weighing out the what the next move will be.
Bill,
I got you. I know that makes sense. I mean, like I said, I've gone through weight struggles myself, so I understand where you're coming from. And at 23 years old, it's still a physically growing body. Males fill out a little bit till a little bit later in life than females do. So I get it, you know what I mean? But again, I mean, it's also something I said from the beginning with the Kambosos fight was after Devin beat Kambosos, I said the third fight would probably tell you if Devin would extend with Top Rank or not. They would try to get him beat by Lomachenko if he would not extend with Top Rank. And again, that's you guys' business, not mine. But from my knowledge in the business, promoters do not want you to leave with titles if you're going to leave them. So I put that out there at the time. But again, man, you got me now thinking, man, because like I said, that was you that's probably saved me a lot of money. That probably saved me a lot of money in that post-fight press conference, man. So I don't know, man. Well, how do you want to do it, Bill?
No, we're not bad guys. We're here doing just what you did for years and years and years. Put the sport on your back and carry it for your community, for your, you know, for your loved ones. You know what I'm saying? And that's just what Devin is doing. It's nothing played, nothing fraud about us. I'm easily accessible, you know, through a lot of the channels, you know, just like Ness called you right up and you got right on, you know, ain't nothing been fraud about you ever, and there's nothing fraud about us. You know, I think that you make statements that are controversial statements now. After what you're saying is you consciously make them and you know what you're doing. But Devin at 23, he was speaking from the heart, and sometimes, you know, when you speak from the heart, it doesn't come across.
Of course, and I've been 23 years old as well, so I know. You know, when we're young, we react a little more. When we're older, we think a little more. I've also realized that, you know, because I consciously do these things, I also realize what conversations gain more traction, even if they're controversial. You know what I'm saying? Controversy sells on these kind of platforms. You know, so you know, you know, it's also part of the reason why
Shout out to you and Punch Drunk, all the teamwork you guys been doing to keep this racism, you know what I mean, topic hot and for the people. But I choose to take the other approach. I choose to take the road of, you know.
Make it sound like that, man. Why you gotta make it sound like that?
Because I choose to take the road, like I said. I had an opportunity with you a long time ago. You see what I'm saying? That shows the character of us is that we care. You know, I can't come on here in front and then Adrien Broner and them. I could have antagonized you. I could have been encouraging you. You know what I mean? We could, I could have did a lot of things other than, try to come to a man when a man needs somebody sensible to talk to him, whether they're black, brown, white, or candy stripe. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just not us.
Mm-hmm. Damn, I appreciate it, Bill. I appreciate it, Bill.
So,
well, guys,
if I could kill that narrative,
guys, I would,
and stop it, I would. You know what I'm saying? I would stop it. About Devin and that comment. You know, he was definitely talking about Loma, but he was frustrated by the business part of it, because there was a lot of things happening to him that we know about. As far as that fight, we know that what Top Rank did, excellent promotional outfit, and they did something called protecting their fighter, right? And they were protecting Loma for a fight that he could have lost because he lost to Tio, and they instead of losing to Devin, they preferred the lesser of two evils would have been him losing to Tio.
Paulie, you still
No,
there?
I'm here. Sorry, man. But I heard what you're saying, Bill. The lesser of two evils. Again, that part where we may disagree on, because again, the PO had the IBF title, and I think that was strictly a matter of conscious decision making for Lomachenko, because PO had something that he wanted. But again, I mean, that's not to say I'm right or you're right in that particular. That's an opinion situation. But for me, the way I see that situation was Tio had the IBF title, and then he had the final part of the undisputed title, and Loma wanted that fight, you know, because of the IBF title. I think if your son had a title at that time, he would have went for that one. The way he was made to understand from Mauricio, who obviously the sanctioning bodies flip flop anytime they get a chance to, is that he was the righteous owner of the WBC title, and the undisputed title will be on the line with Teofimo Lopez, and that's what Lomachenko was after, and when he fought Teofimo Lopez. But nonetheless, for the most part, I think we agree on most of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, we disagree on a couple of little tidbits, but ultimately, that's a decision you guys got to make when it comes to the scale, because it's a decision I've been in that position to have to make at times as well. So,
hey, Paulie,
that's it, man.
Can I ask you a question, just to ask the people, because you've been in this sport a lot longer than us, and you know the behind the scenes. For a long time, blacks had no representation in the media, and even Hispanics had no representation in the media here in the U.S. for quite some time. Do we not agree about that?
At a certain point before our time, I think, you know, I mean, Ray Leonard was the biggest star of his generation, and he was a champion before I was born, and I think before you were born, Bill. But Mike Tyson came around in my childhood. You know, again, those conversations can be had, but again, they can be debated as well. If we go more further down the line, yeah, then there's obviously a place there where I'll definitely agree. But as far as when it gets to closer to our generation, it starts to be a conversation point. But I don't think there's a right or wrong answer there.
Well, you have pro-black, you have, I believe, La Raza, pro-Mexican, right? I don't know what would be pro.
You have pro everything. Boxing's very cultural in that way. Yeah.
Right. So when everyone, I think the LDBC catches a lot of flack. They've caught flack from you publicly, and I totally support the LDBC, and I totally support what they attempt to do in giving the black fighters a voice and a platform. You know, and that's just the way that it is. You know, so I want to kind of just address that, and not it being racism, right? But either just being pro your culture, pro your race, pro, you know what I mean, your community. And that's what I think that the LDBC represents. And I think that they caught a bad rap with you, with explaining it to everything. Now, I don't mind trolls or you know, I would say casuals, but casuals don't actually know what's going on, so you don't give them necessarily the same weight or credence you do. But a guy like you that's been in the business for so long, to see channels that are making content that are helping the fighters, right? And you even understand that you just said for yourself that racism somewhat helps sells the fights, helps sells the content, right? So, and you've been in the business a lot longer than probably anybody in the LDBC, right? So I just think that they continue to catch a bad rap about, you know, this racism shit. And I have a voice, I have a platform. I'm working in the business, so I feel compelled to support openly and publicly support, because they're doing a good thing.
If that's the kind of the word you would use here is tribalism. You know, people kind of, you know, gravitate to their own kind, people they have a lot in common with. I remember growing up, Arturo Gatti was my favorite fighter, and I ended up fighting nothing like him. But, you know, he was that Italian family that moved to North America and, you know, tried to, you know, make something better of himself, and ended up becoming a fighter. So I related to him, and so he became my favorite fighter. Now, granted, I think he's a lot of people's favorite fighter because he was in exciting fights. But for me, he was my favorite fighter because, you know, I could relate to him. him. So I think we always gravitate to what we can relate to, and tribalism is in boxing. I think is very, 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 very particular. And I don't think it's a bad thing because I think it's always sold on that, But I think there's ways to fan the flames in where it's producing hate and when it's not producing hate, and like for example, if a white fighter, if a European fighter in general is pro-European fighters, that's going to be considered racist. You know what I'm saying? But if a guy and you just hear me out for argument's sake here, because if I go too far, it's gonna because I'll be in the position to get in trouble in some ways. But if you can have the LDBC can have a YouTube channel. If you have a pro-European fighter channel, the odds are it'll get enough complaints to where it'll be wiped out. You know what I'm saying? And so I don't have a problem with the tribalism in boxing. I think it sells the most. People always gravitate to what they relate to the most. You know what I'm saying? So I don't have a problem with that. I do have a problem with it not being evenly balanced out. That I have a problem with. I don't have a problem with, channels being pro-black fighter. Just don't make like, oh, this white fighter gets more opportunity because he's white. And at the end of the day, because I've been getting a lot of, in this debate particularly, I've been getting a lot of, Lomachenko got a title shot in his second fight because he was white. No, Lomachenko got a title shot in his second fight because he was a two-time Olympic gold medalist, and nobody wants to watch him go through the prospect stages, tearing up guys that have no hope of winning anyway. You know what I'm saying? Why waste everybody's time and just put him, why don't we just put him directly in title fights, which is better television and creates better interest anyway, right? So, but, that's what I have a problem with. I don't have a problem with the tribalism. I have a problem with then playing like, oh, well, this guy gets it because of this, or this guy gets it because of that. Hispanic fighters tend to get a lot of love because they sell tickets, and tickets selling is a business, right? So Hispanics are very popular in North America. So you know what? They're gonna become stars, and when they become stars, green is the color that everybody wants to go after, right? So when you have a high selling fighter, the green, it ends up creating situations for them. How many Canelo being a good fighter, how many stipulations have kind of been overstepped for the sake of Canelo? You know what I'm saying? Like, we're talking about the franchise title. Jamal Charlo, I thought, should have got the shot at Canelo. He never got it, right? Because they franchised Canelo as well in that moment. So I think situations are created based on money more so than based on race. But for the fans' point of view, the tribalism is, it's always going to be a selling point. And I don't really have a problem with that.
Yeah, well, listen, I think
we're here, Paulie.
I think we had a healthy conversation. It was good to get a chance to, talk to you. I as man to man, you know what I mean? And I think that,
I enjoyed this. I enjoyed this, Bill.
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to the Boxing Voice and the platform for always keeping it open and keeping it lit for the fans. You know what I mean? And stay tuned. We'll be announcing something real soon. Paulie, any last words?
Bill, you know what I mean? Like I think like I was a hater more than just trying to call it like I see it. And of course, calling it like I see it sometimes can be controversial, as has been the case in a lot of my career in general. But I'm glad we had this conversation. Like I said, just in closing, my issue was Devin, can move to the super lightweight division. It's probably healthier for him, but I just didn't think that Lomachenko was ducking Devin. I thought it was just a choice of fighting for the IBF title and trying to unify the titles. That was the more important fight to chase at that moment. And Devin also didn't have as big of a name in that instance because he didn't have one of the major titles. Doesn't mean that Devin shouldn't have got a title shot. Now, that's a personal decision, but that's where I came from when I came with that. So it's like I didn't like the whole elevating oneself to disseminate somebody else when it's probably a little bit of the truth is always in the gray area more than it is in the black or white. And that was where I came from. But all respect to you, Bill. And honestly, I didn't remember the post-fight press conference thing until you reminded me of it, man. So I appreciate you. I appreciate you looking out for me back then, because it would have probably been worse for me if I did anything stupid back then.
Absolutely. You're an intelligent guy, man. You know what I mean? I just was I'm glad I got a chance to, share a moment with a warrior like you. Got a chance to talk to Adrien that day. You know what I mean? You guys are so much inspiration and motivation for Devin. To speak his mind, to speak what's on his heart. Because both you guys, man, that's what made you guys. Not only could you fight like hell, is that you spoke from the heart. You know what I mean? And that's all that we can expect to be entertained, is to be able to have you guys do that. And right now, you're keeping it lit, and I don't expect you to do anything else different. Okay, so talk to you soon, brother.
Man, listen, I
love you
also,
guys.
Bill, I've also defended Haney. I've also defended your son because I've come across situations where people talk about Devin fought a boring fight in the Kambosos fight the first time, and bro, like I said, a lot of that mentality, the way he fights and the way he handles it, the way he comports himself in the ring, a lot of that was physically the way I tried to handle myself in the ring. So I've also defended your son in those situations too. So I don't want everybody to think that it was just like it was one sided. You know what I mean? And you'll notice I've never, while there may have been people trying to trying to not understand the performance Devin gave in the first Kambosos fight. I've also put it out there, of why Devin is how he is and the things that he does and why he doesn't need to do certain other things in the ring and why he's so effective, So I just want to put it back out there as well that, it wasn't just all one sided in that regard.
You dig what I'm saying? But guess what, though, Paulie? Because boxing, what we was really doing was practicing that right hand for a southpaw. We just had to do it under the lights. You know what I'm saying? So we was going to make it a right hand fest like it will be against the next southpaw that we face.
Either way, it was a masterclass. I appreciated watching personally, but, some people don't understand this thing at a high IQ level,
Yes, sir. All right, well, you guys have a good one, because I think, the worldwide, the chat, and everyone else would prefer that we remained enemies, but we can be always friends, and we can always agree to disagree. We can agree to disagree. And it never.
And I think we agreed with most of this.
Huh?
I think we agreed with most of this. We only disagreed on a couple little points, but I think we agree on most of this.
Yeah. The meat and potatoes of it, we agree. And keep doing what you're doing. Keep pushing the sport forward. And actually, we need all the voices. We need the whole rainbow, right? We need black, brown, Mexican, white. We need all of the voices, right, of our community, of our world, to share and have an input in this great sport of boxing that we participate in. And sometimes, whether it comes in Spanish, whether it comes in Chinese, sometimes, we don't necessarily understand, but we should all appreciate the energy that they're putting forward towards the sport, because we won't always agree with the tone or the etiquette.
Amen, Bill. Amen.
Appreciate you, brothers. Shout out to the boxing voice, the voice of the people who made it happen today with Bill Haney and Paulie Malignaggi.
Shout out, Bill. Thank you to the both of you guys. We appreciate the both of you guys coming on, and we'll catch you on the next one, obviously. Paulie, let everybody know where they can find your channel.
Paulie.tv on YouTube. Check me out. Also Paulie TV on Instagram. Check me out, man. And, I hope to see some good, again, I'm pushing for the best fights. That's all I do, man. So I'll keep pushing for the best fights possible, and wishing Bill and Devin Haney the best in the future, and regardless. But I still got love for Haney. I got love for Lomachenko. I got love for all the top fighters. And I'm going to keep pushing for fights to be made. But I'm glad we cleared all this up tonight, man. One love.
Appreciate you, Paulie. Thank you so much. And Bill, let them know where they can find you.
Well, you can find me on your ass if you say the wrong thing about Devin, that's for sure. You dig what I'm saying? Other than that, look forward to announcements soon when Devin is going to be fighting.
How soon?
Well, right now, you know what I'm saying?
Lomachenko fight?
Huh?
Is it going to be at the Loma fight?
Hey, man, you never know. You never know. You just never know.
All right. Well, Bill, man, thank you once again, brother. We appreciate you.
Thank you, King. Appreciate it.
All right, gentlemen. Thank you both. We do appreciate it.
Yes, sir. That was a fantastic interview. We do want to thank, obviously, Bill and Paulie for coming on and,
thank you.
Giving us their time and obviously making it a great episode for you. If you're watching this on the Future, Present, Past, don't forget to hit that thumbs up button, as it's always going to help with the visibility of the show. And it's like I say, man, if you guys want those big interviews, you want us to get those people on the show, you got to keep sharing. You got to keep subscribing. Numbers is power, and it makes it easier for those phone calls to get answered so we could get these answers for real.
Yo, it was crazy. We had already wrapped up, gave social
Word.
medias, and then Bill hopped on.
Boom, and it's how it is, man. But look, we are out. We're back in about 2 hours at the Wynn Casino, Blue Wire Studio. Catch us where we're going to be talking all this week's action. Peace.
We out.